27th of April, 2026. We are meeting virtually via Zoom and in person to conduct a series of oversight hearings. We'll also start with the various entities that we will examine today, and particularly I'm interested in hearing from our public witnesses. The hearing itself will be streamed and recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named EAL Committee. We will begin with our public testimonies regarding the Department on Aging and Community Living. We'll also hear from those who may be here to talk about the Workforce Investment Council, the Office of the City Administrator, the Office of the Inspector General, the Department of Human Resources, Office of the Secretary, and finally, the Office of the Senior Advisor. So we are packed today and anxious to hear from everyone. And once we conclude our public testimony, we will transition to hear from one government witness, and that is from the Office of the Senior Advisor. So we will hear from that witness as well today. Okay, all right. Just checking to see if one of my colleagues might be on so that I can recognize them to make maybe an opening statement. But we're soloing, so I'm all ears to hear from you and what you have to share with us about the services of our government. So let me just quickly run through the tape of the agencies. Of course, everyone knows the Department on Aging and Community Living. And you know that the mission consists of advocating for programs in health, education, social services for our elderly community, and for promoting longevity and the rights of older residents. The mayor's proposed budget for FY27 for the department is $64,380,813. This balance is a tiny increase, 0.3% from the current budget of FY26, and unfortunately, a 0.5 decrease in the number of FTEs. Therefore, their total workforce is 121 FTEs. You'll also have the opportunity to comment on the Workforce Investment Council, which we refer to as WIC. It's a private sector-led board responsible for advising the district government on workforce systems and career pathways. It serves as both the state and local workforce investment board for the district, which are federally required to ensure that funds from the Workforce Invocation and Opportunity Act are spent appropriately, and that's called the WIOVA. The mayor's proposed budget for the WIC is $1.2 million, and this represents a decrease of $541,000 from the current budget FY26. And it also shows a decrease in FTEs from 6, so they're from 3 to 6. Additionally, the public may speak to the budget of the Office of the City Administrator, who provides general oversight and support to the deputy mayors and the district agencies. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the Office of the City Administrator is approximately $9 million. And this does represent a decrease of 8.1% from the current FY26 budget. And it also shows a decrease of FTEs. So their current FTEs will be decreased to 54 FTEs. FTEs are personnel. That's the staff. We're called FTEs, okay, all of us. The Office of the Inspector General, OIG, is included in this public dialogue today. The Inspector General is only local district government agency that can investigate all aspects of our government and is primarily tasked with preventing fraud, mismanagement, and abuse. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the OIG is $23,600,000. This too represents a slight decrease of 0.7% from the current FY26 budget. And it also represents a decrease in the number of FTEs. So they would be down to 122 FTEs or staff. The Department of Human Resources, which is responsible for the overall charge of authority for all of the employees in the district government that are under the mayor's jurisdiction, is charged with operating these matters, including the ability to attract and develop the workforce. The mayor's proposed FY27 budget for the department is $20,238,819. And this balance is, again, another decrease, 0.3% decrease from the current FY26 budget, and also a decrease in the FTEs so that they will end up with approximately 150 FTEs. Sometimes when I'm sharing these points with you, it will say a 0.3 decrease in FTEs. And like you, I wonder, how do we decrease a part of a person? So what it does, it counts the time that it takes to do a project. So I'm looking out at you and wondering, now, do I talk to them about this? Because they'll think I'm a little loony here trying to explain that. But I want you to know that when I say approximately, it's because it's a 0.6 or a 0.3 or something like that. Now, also, we will talk today, if anyone cares to, about the Office of the Secretary. And you will note that this office provides the protocol, public records management services to the mayor and the district government agencies. And the proposed budget for the Office of the Secretary for FY27 is $5.5 million. And this is a slight increase of 1.2% from the current budget, with no changes in the number of FTEs. So their staff would be 29 personnel. And then the Office of the Senior Advisor is the FY27 budget is $1.5 million, and this represents a 8% decrease from the current budget, but no changes in the FTEs, so they will maintain their 5 staff. So we'll also have the opportunity to hear from the senior advisor and later today. And so now we'll move very quickly to hearing from each and every one of you who is on our witness list. Note that your entire written testimony will be a part of the record. So if you have not submitted it, please email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. You may also upload it to the hearing management system. And with that, I thank you all for giving me a moment to introduce our program today. And so we'll start with the first panel. Okay, all right. So we have in person John Bang, who is representing Iona House Senior Services. Sharon Sellers, who is representing Sibley Hospital Dementia Program. All right, Joyce Thompson, also from Sibley Hospital. And Dr. Lahat will be online. She'll be one of our virtual witnesses. And so we'll start with you, Mr. Bang.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is June Bang, CEO of Iona Senior Services. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that this is your final budget hearing as chairperson. And for many of us in the aging services community, that is a moment worth pausing on. Your decades of service to the residents of the city and your steadfast advocacy for older adults have left a mark that will be felt long after this chamber. So on behalf of Iona and the thousands of older adults and families we serve, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you as well to Mayor Bowser, Director Hines, and the Department of Aging and Community Living for their partnership and dedication to building a city where every older adult can age with dignity. Iona has served Washington, D.C. for 51 years now. What began in 1975 as a neighborhood resource has grown into one of the district's most comprehensive providers of aging services today. And none of that work happens without the public investment that makes it possible. As a senior service lead agency for wards 2, 3, and 4, Iona administers 13 programs in each ward, supported by DACL lead agency grants. Across all 3 wards, Iona delivered nearly 100,000 congregate meals and reached thousands of older adults through health promotion, recreation, counseling, transportation, and information services, touching nearly every dimension of what it means to age well in this city. Beyond our lead agency work, Iona's reach extends across every ward in the district. Our adult day health programs in Tenleytown and Congress Heights directly serve close to 100 individuals and their family caregivers, providing structured care, health monitoring, and meaningful engagement for older adults, many of whom who live with complex medical needs, various forms of dementia, Parkinson's, and other health challenges. Recognizing the impact of dementia in our city, we facilitate 8 support groups citywide for caregivers and older adults to find community, guidance, and relief in what can otherwise be an isolating journey. We serve over 320 individuals living with dementia on a weekly basis through all of our citywide programs combined. Our Dementia Navigator program, led by licensed clinical social workers, has served 400 people and their families across the district with ongoing and continued clinical care management since its launch, 80% of whom are African American, and majority of residents in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, reflecting our deep commitment to communities that have historically faced the greatest barriers to dementia care. 45% of those clients live alone. They're navigating one of the most difficult diagnoses a family can face, often without a support system nearby, and Iona is that support system. As I shared with you during the program oversight hearing, our work has drawn national attention. The Washington Post featured Iona's programming in our memory clinics, highlighting a reality that too few in this city fully reckon with. An estimated 16% of DC's older adults are living with dementia, a rate higher than any U.S. county or state. And while 40% of seniors experiencing cognitive decline need help with daily tasks, only 18% receive it. Director Hines was quoted in that article recognizing Iona's navigators as filling gaps no other program in the city fills. We are proud of that recognition, and we remain committed to the work behind it. And just this week, Iona reached a meaningful milestone, the launch of our first young onset memory support group, the only one of its kind in Washington, D.C. It began with a single couple who came to us with a need they knew others shared. We listened. Now 9 couples are walking this chapter together, supported by our clinical staff. I share these numbers with you with pride and with urgency. The older adults we serve do not experience the budget in line items. They experience it in whether a meal arrives, whether a ride is available, whether someone answers when they call. At a moment when federal nutrition and healthcare supports are being curtailed at an unprecedented scale, any reduction in the district's investment in aging services does not simply cut a program, it removes a lifeline. I asked the committee to protect and grow that investment. The Department of Aging and Community Living's entire budget represents just 0.3% of the city's total budget. Yet it is the foundation upon which tens of thousands of older adults depend every single day. We can and must do more. As federal support retreats, the district has an opportunity to lead, and we are asking you to take it. Thank you again for your leadership. And I also want to thank Iona supporters who are with me in the room and also online. Thank you for being with us. It's an honor to serve the district's older population with your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Sellers?
Good morning. I am so happy to be here with you, Chairperson Bonds. We have journeyed this way over the years, and I am so grateful to have been a partner with you as we have grown our club memory programs throughout DC. And I can even remember the joy that we saw on your face as you have participated in the club memory programming. And so I know that you understand what it means to reduce social isolation, what it really means to make people feel good about the journey that they're on, to provide them the information that they need. So yes, it's a little bittersweet, but we thank you so much for all that you have done for the seniors here in the District of Columbia. As I move on, I want to say my name is Sharon Sellers. I serve as the Assistant Director of Community Health at Sibley Memorial Hospital, part of Johns Hopkins Medicine. I direct our club memory programs, our Sibley Senior Association, serving older adults in all 8 wards of the district. Club Memory, as you know, is a stigma-free, socially engaging program that is designed for individuals living with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias, as well as their care partners. Nearly 14% of older Americans are living with dementia, and many face challenges maintaining safety and independence, especially those who live alone. Since launching in 2011, we have expanded significantly with the support of DACL. Our program, since when we started looking at full expansion in 2014, has grown by more than 168%, now serving over 920 seniors across all 8 wards. Our participants are supported through DACL-funded services. And let me tell you what the services look like. Weekly virtual sessions and monthly in-person programs at senior wellness centers, faith communities, dining sites, and independent living residents. We send bi-monthly newsletters with health education and cognitive activities to more than 700 members every 2 weeks. Weekly wellness and reminder calls, particularly to seniors living alone. Many of the seniors say to us that we are that bright light that they look forward to every week. It means so much to them. We have bi-monthly dementia support groups for care partners. We do memory screenings throughout the District of Columbia. We are at every single health event that is offered throughout DC, making certain that people are being screened, they're having cognitive assessments, they're being connected through our social workers and the rest of our dementia team, being connected with the resources that they need. Through social work case management, including home visits, evidence-based interventions such as dealing with dementia, which was developed by the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregiving. All of the members of our Club Memory program have access to the hundreds of Sibley Senior Association classes and programming at no cost at all. Right now, we are leading 10 support groups, 5 Alzheimer's groups, 1 Parkinson's group, 4 mixed care partner groups. We are in historically marginalized communities. We have many, many support groups throughout Ward 8, Ward 7. We are serving more than 160 care partners right now. What am I most proud of right now? The things that we've been able to do with the help of DACL funding is that we have been able to extend into more than 8 community dining sites right now. So not only are we in every senior wellness center, multiple faith communities, but we have now looked at senior buildings, senior dining sites to make certain that we are reaching out to individuals where they are right now. So I am just happy that we have expanded our community education presentations. We've launched 10 new support groups. We've partnered with 5 additional faith-based organizations, conducted 10 additional community memory screening events, expanded outreach to seniors living alone at 5 additional dining sites. So I just want to say that our program, with the help of DACL funding, has expanded to close service gaps among underserved residents, including both African American and Hispanic caregivers, individuals with younger onset Alzheimer's, and residents east of the Anacostia River. One thing that I'm most proud of right now is that on our team right now, we have 3 bilingual members of the team, which has allowed us to really expand to reach people through Spanish language programming. And that is something that we will continue doing. Our members, I don't want to say this, but I will say it. They love Club Memory. They look forward to Club Memory. The latest thing that they've asked us to do is to stop the number of virtual programming and switch it over to in-person programming. And that is what we are doing right now, increasing the number of in-person programming so that for those that do enjoy virtual programming, we are here for them, but at least twice a month, we are in the community, in every ward, making certain that we can be with our members. I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the funding through DACL. We have been able to touch more than 1,000 members, and we're looking forward to further expansion in the coming year. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson, we'll take your testimony. Now you're on.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Joyce A. Thompson, and I'm a lifetime Ward 8 resident, a graduate of Frank W. Ballou Senior High School, a member of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, a graduate of the University of the District of Columbia, a member of the Temple of Praise Church, a care partner, caregiver, and a dementia support associate at Sibley Memorial Hospital, a member of Johns Hopkins Medicine. In 2011, my sweet mama was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. Hearing those words bring about a lot of things, but they don't necessarily come with clear-cut instructions or understanding of how one should proceed on this journey. It was a godsend when Marty Bailey of Sibley Memorial Hospital presented Club Memory to the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center on September the 30th, 2014. I immediately knew this was just what the doctor ordered, and more importantly, what we needed. It was hard watching my mother change from being the heartbeat of her family and a well put together, independent woman to becoming dependent on others to carry out her basic activities of daily living. Participating in Club Memory provided a social outlet, excuse me, a safe haven for my mom. She barely said 2 words the whole time we were there, but looked forward to attending. She would ask, "Are we going to that thing at the center?" as her voice and face lit up in anticipation. Club Memory served as a handholder for me. At every juncture of the disease, they were there encouraging me along the way. The Club Memory staff faithfully called to remind us of the meetings. The calls didn't stop when Mama became bedridden. They continued to check on us, even encouraging me and my family to attend the evening support group and the Journey to Hope conference. The beauty of Club Memory is the fact that they get it. They understand your emotions, the fear, frustration, joy, sadness, and everything in between. Club Memory doesn't stop at understanding. They help you understand. They meet you where you are. The Club Memory staff navigate pitfalls and share helpful resources. There's a lot of online information available, but overwhelmed families in the throes of watching a loved one take on a new norm aren't always receptive to printed media that isn't coupled with hand holding. I could go on for days because our family isn't the only one affected by this disease. People need help and don't know where to get it. Club Memory is indeed a worthwhile investment. My sweet mama passed away on September the 7th, 2018. Caring for her afforded me the opportunity to work with Club Memory in a professional capacity. I am what I like to call a product of the product. I get to make a difference by calling the Club Memory participants. I check to see if they're doing okay, remind them of Club Memory sessions, and inform them of Club Memory care partner support groups if needed. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to share with those that are now where I once was. Some members rely on check-in calls for socialization and encouragement through some of their more difficult challenges. We bond as a village and encourage each other during our Club Memory sessions. Continuing to fund the Club Memory program is a win-win for everyone involved. The Club Memory staff aren't just employees, they are called to this work. You won't find a more dedicated team who provide excellent and compassionate care every person, every time. Thank you for allowing Club Memory to continue this great work. And I will say thank you for your service.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. And Ms. Lahat, we will take your testimony now. All right. You're on.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds. Thank you for allowing me to testify virtually, and of course for your many, many years of tremendous service to the district. I am Marla Lahat. I'm the Executive Director of Home Care Partners, a nonprofit home care agency that has supported older adults since 1957. We are proud members of the DACL Senior Service Network, leading HDC and the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care. Through generous funding from DACL, Home Care Partners provides 3 essential services that enable older adults to remain safely in their own homes. The Homemaker program, which provides home health aides to older residents who do not qualify for Medicare or Medicaid home care. The DC Caregivers Institute, which supports unpaid family caregivers, you just heard from one, caring for loved ones, and the Safe at Home program, which offers occupational therapy assessments, home modifications, and fall prevention initiatives such as awareness events, exercise classes, and workshops. We extend our deep appreciation to Director Sharon P.W. Hines and the DACL team for their steadfast leadership and commitment, especially during this challenging budget year and the one that is facing us ahead. During FY26, both our Homemaker and Safe at Home programs experienced wait lists, and the demand is increasing every day and only expected to increase further in FY27. We are extremely grateful for DACL's support, but current funding levels cannot keep pace with the growing demand. Rising costs for personnel, insurance, and supplies means that even flat funding results in fewer individuals served. The Homemaker program remains the only option for low to moderate income residents who need limited weekly home health aid assistance, but do not qualify for Medicaid. Medicare does not cover this type of care, and private duty aid services generally can cost up to $40 an hour, which can be more than $3,000 per month for just a moderate amount of care. In FY24 and 25, federal funding helps support home health aid services, especially those referred by Adult Protective Services, but that funding is no longer available. The Safe at Home program continues to be highly effective and extremely popular, with demand growing significantly over its 10-year history. Each year, it serves more than 500 clients through critical home modifications, such as grab bars, stair lifts, and bathroom adaptations. The program also includes evidence-based exercise classes, fall recovery training, and leadership of the Fall Prevention Awareness Week, which is coming this year in September. We were very grateful for the one-time funding enhancement in FY26 for Safe at Home, but with the end of that one-time enhancement and rising demand and costs, the waiting list is expected to grow. Presently, the program has a waiting period of about 8 to 9 months for the initial occupational therapy assessment, although once the assessment is done, the modifications usually follow within 1 month. The DC Caregivers Institute, our third program, now in its 25th year, continues to be a vital resource for family caregivers who are the backbone of our long-term care system. These caregivers often provide around-the-clock care to their older relatives, and they rely on services from the DC Caregivers Institute, such as case management, training, support groups, respite care, and financial assistance for caregiving-related expenses. This program is funded 100% by federal funds, and we appreciate the flexibility and support from DACL to use these funds to serve those who need it most, the often stressed and overburdened families who provide the bulk of care for their loved ones. And there is no waiting list for the DC Caregivers Institute. We recognize the challenges of the current budget environment. However, we urge the Council to protect funding for programs that support older adults across all relevant agencies and all wards of the city. Local funding is more critical than ever, given federal uncertainty and potential reductions in programs that seniors depend on. We look forward to our continuing partnership in supporting the district's older adults, as well as the families and workforce who care for them. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds and Director Hines and staff, for your leadership and the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Hott, can you give us the number of clients that are served through the Homemaker program in FY25?
I would have to get you the exact number. We do have that number, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
How many are you currently serving?
At any given moment, we serve about 160 to 200 clients.
All right. And for the Safe at Home, how many clients have you served thus far in FY26?
Okay, I will get you that number as well. That program is budgeted very, very carefully so that we know we will hit our target exactly. We've budgeted for that, and we expect to hit the target. We're right where we need to be, but I'll get you the exact number.
All right. And so what is your target for the year?
The target is it's I want to say about 585. I may be a little bit off on that, but
Okay. Does that number represent the average over the last few years of those that you've been able to accommodate, or is this a larger expectation of clients?
no, it has remained relatively stable. It depends on the funding each year. But as you know, the costs increase every year, and particularly for our contractors who are dealing with labor costs, they're dealing with materials, they're dealing with tariffs. So we need to adjust for that as well. The maximum cap on the modification budget for any one individual is currently $7,000. We certainly don't expect to increase that. We're hoping we can remain at 7,000, but of course, with rising costs, that means less items can be provided potentially. And I do want to say those numbers reflect our Safe at Home 1.0 home modification program. They do not reflect Safe at Home 2.0, which is the exercise and the workshops and the Fall Prevention Awareness Week. We had over 700 people last year through Fall Prevention Awareness Week. So that program reaches a much greater segment of the population.
All right. And so Safe at Home 2.0 is primarily exercise program. Is that weekly or monthly or?
Yeah, the programs they run for a certain number of weeks. You go through the entire program and then you complete it. So right now we're running two different programs. One is called Matter of Balance, and the other is called SAIL, which is Staying Active and Independent for Life. So in every cohort, we have a group that completes the program over about a 6-week period, 6 to 8 week period, and then another cohort is able to come in and experience the program.
So how many clients do you have in any one session, as you call it, your cohorts?
Right. Yeah, you you caught me off guard this morning, Chairperson Bonds. I just returned to the country last night. So, but we have up to about 20 in any given class.
All right. So 20 participants, 6-week period. So every 6 weeks, you can accommodate 20 in Safe at Home 2.0, right?
In a particular class. There are workshops. There was a really informative fall recovery and transfer technique workshop that was held just a few weeks ago. About 50 people attended that. As I mentioned, Fall Prevention Awareness Week serves over 700 people, or they did last year. So there are various activities through Safe at Home 2.0, but that is not the part of the program that does the home modifications, just to clarify.
Yes, no, I understand that. What I'm trying to also understand is, to be very honest with you, how we spend our dollars and whether or not there is duplication, because I'm pretty sure that we have exercise programs at our wellness centers and some of the other programs. I've heard there may be 1 or 2 exercise programs in conjunction with our conjugate meal locations. So I'm just trying to, sort of map out the services that we provide, where do we provide them, and who gets to partake of the services, because it's very important that we branch out. Us seniors live everywhere, and we're growing not only growing in numbers, but we're growing in influence. And so today I want to hear from the choir, so to speak, and to know what it is that we need to do so that everyone has access to programs that work and everyone feels that, this is their community and they need to be a part of it as much as possible. So I'm trying to query as to whether or not there's a need for expansion of what you're doing, or is there a saturation in one part of the community and less in the other part? So
Yeah.
trying to create a map in my head so I'll know what can be done, because DACL knows, and certainly the seniors in the district know that if there is a penny or half a penny, they're going to get it.
Yeah, if I could just answer that, thank you. That's a really excellent point. The matter of balance and the SAIL classes are a little bit different than the exercise classes that you will typically find, in that they are evidence-based programs. The curriculum is very defined, and there's a body of evidence that these classes do prevent falls, and we do pre and post surveys to really back that up. Also, the classes that Home Care Partners is doing through Safe at Home are all virtual, so we're able to reach a different population than those who attend the wellness centers and other senior activity programs. Some of them are doing matter of balance and SAIL, but the ones that we are doing currently are virtual for those who are unable or not interested in going out and really want to do a program from the comfort of their home.
All right. And so the program that is virtual is the matter of balance.
And SAIL, both of them they're both
Okay.
virtual.
All right. And for those classes, you have 20 participants and they do this for 6 months, or is that some other program?
Yeah, it's 6 weeks, approximately 6
weeks.
weeks.
And it's
Not-
20 that are participating virtually.
Yes.
Only 20.
Yeah, we need to really be able to monitor and coach and assist each person to participate. So it's not the type of program that people can sign in and out. They have to do the entire program because it is, again, an evidence-based program. It has to follow the curriculum exactly.
All right. And is this program something that could be done at the wellness centers as an example? Is there a specific type of instruction that is needed? Or
Yes and yes.
okay.
So it is being
Okay.
done at some of the other at the wellness centers. It is being done at some of them, but the coach for each class must go through a specific type of training.
Okay.
They have to complete the training. They have to get certified as a coach. Our coaches are all lay leaders from the community. Many have gone through the class themselves and then gone through the training to become a coach.
All right. And would you please make sure that I get within the next, let's say 10 days, specific information that would inform as to what the cost is for this class? And
The
I need
cost
to-
to us or to the participants don't pay anything.
yes, the cost, what does DACL give you for that part of the contract that you
Sure,
have?
I can give
Okay.
you that.
Okay, that will help us, because it seems to me there may be other parts of the city where we can expand this rapidly, falls are the number one concern that you have once your joints and your bones, your muscles are, you know, taking a hit, let's say, from your life journey. So I want to make sure that any and everyone who is interested will have that opportunity. Same as
Absolutely.
we're focused on dementia. Okay. It's equally, you got to have your body parts moving same time, as we all know. So just want to make sure. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And for your homemaker program, you indicated that 160 to 200 the number of clients that you have now, I believe.
Yes, at any given
Okay.
point, we're serving a certain number of clients. They are long-term clients, although some, due to natural attrition, will leave the program during the year.
All right. And for the homemaker program, can you provide us with the average number of weeks that the service is provided and at what rate? Because I would imagine for this, since it's not a Medicaid program and Medicare does not cover this type of care, there is a cost to the client. Am I correct?
No.
It's no cost. Okay.
No, there is no cost. We do
Okay.
ask clients who are able to contribute to do so, but there is no cost. The average client gets about 6 hours of service per week, and they stay on the program for as long as they need it. Some people have received an aid for 10 or more years. Others may only be on the program for a short period of time, but our goal is to allow people to remain in their homes with the support of this program for as long as they need it. So there is no end date. Once they start with the program, they're able to continue with it.
All right. And would you please also, in the next, 10 days, remind me of what your budget is for that? So I'll
Sure,
make
I
sure.
can do
All
that.
right. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
And to the dementia programs, I guess I'm really concerned as to how we can expand them, and also thinking about how we are we duplicating, because Ms. Sellers, you say you're in wards 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and it's about 700. And of course, Iona House is in wards, let's see, 4, 5, 7, and 8. So are your clients the same, I guess, is what I'm concerned with.
I can speak for Club Memory. Club Memory members are different from members that are being served. We have a way of working very closely with the dementia navigators that work through Iona and through the social workers that work with our program. We make certain that we are not duplicating. If indeed we know that Iona is seeing someone, then we will certainly let them know the concerns that we are having. So we are not duplicating social work services from the perspective of what dementia navigators do throughout both of our programs.
All right. Well, that is very helpful. So really, when we should start taking your numbers together when you're here, because we're really serving more than we realize. That's a good thing.
I think it's a
Sounds like
very good thing. We have
Yeah.
a great partnership
Yeah.
with Club Memory. I think there are some nuances that Club Memory and Sibley Senior Association are fantastic at. And then there are things that our social workers in our Dementia Navigator program that are exceptional at as well. We receive referrals from memory care clinics throughout the district because our social workers, our dementia navigators are known for the level of quality of clinical care management that they provide.
All right. Okay, so are we, Mr.
I
Banks?
would like to see every doctor's office throughout DC to be so aware of both of our programs and to be able to make rapid referrals so that we're able to help people in real time when their doctor is giving them a diagnosis. I would like us to be able to just one other little point. As we do memory screenings throughout DC at every health fair, at every church fair, or what have you, we want to make certain that people who are not already connected with a medical team that can help them, we want to, and again, we work together with Iona. I will often refer people back to Iona that we've met at a church health fair saying that I know that, you have a connection. We want them to be invited to perhaps your wellness center because they need assistance in X, Y, or Z. So I just think that we just need to continue working together with one another. But we need to let you know the doctors. We need their help in terms of reaching out to the supports that
Yeah.
exist and being able to let everyone know what does exist throughout the
Yeah.
city is something that we still struggle to get our word out to everyone.
Well, I personally consider the memory screenings to be necessary.
Yes.
The same as going to your, physician. You need to also know whether or not there's something going on that you have to be concerned with and plan for.
Yes.
And so I'm very, very curious as to how can we, knowing that such a small part of our population is currently screened, how can we expand that screening in a very meaningful way? And so if you have some ideas, I don't have $1,000,000, but we'll come up with something. And
Yeah.
maybe some of the other agencies will want to
Yeah.
assist because they too will age if they're lucky.
Right.
You
And
know,
I
we
think
all.
the challenge that we're facing is also offering screening in at least 2 or more languages.
Yes, that's
so that the
excellent.
entire community, is
Alright.
reached.
So in 10 days, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next witnesses are Eddie White. Eddie White. Edie, okay, Edie, thank you. Tom Gregory, Nancy Starr, and Nancy Feldman. And these are not at all. Whatever way you want to sit. I'm on your
You. Bill, you have to put it on when you're called. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
my buddy. It's a pleasure. Absolutely. All right. We'll start with you. Yes.
Hello, I'm Nancy Starr, and I'm delighted to be here sharing good news with Chairperson Bonds and others. But first of all, simply stated, the United States as a whole lacks a comprehensive system of aging and healthcare services. This is just the hard truth, as we all know. So how lucky we are to have Iona here because of its outstanding ability to create, coordinate, and manage significant, impactful programs for aging adults to receive the best care possible. Hopefully, you are already or now will be cognizant of Iona's outstanding reputation that enables it to thrive and bring new understanding to all who experience its offerings. And unique care it is. Thoughtful, kind, encompassing care that brings peace of mind, new meaningful contacts with friends and others, and critical information that cannot be easily found and understood. For example, how to successfully navigate Medicare and Medicaid. Last summer, I enrolled in Iona's Succession Aging Solo Series. I already had some understanding of necessary priorities, such as living in suitable housing, but it was unclear as to how to find not so evident advice and help in meeting some medical challenges and services for the last stages of life, which can be overwhelming. Iona's excellent staff clarified these challenges in reassuring, well-informed, and clear ways that brought me new peace of mind, since they truly care about aging adults, especially those without family nearby for a variety of reasons. First, Iona's staff emphasized that each participant in the class had to decide who they felt they could trust and depend on to be their designated, honest, capable agents for all their legal documents. We all know which ones those are, a will, etc. But here is the key to what Iona does especially well in its unique aging solo classes. It makes available professional care managers who are typically experienced and dedicated social workers or nurses. These kind, friendly, knowledgeable, and impressive managers are adept at helping older adults navigate challenges in their health and functional abilities by first assessing their needs and then identifying coordinating services. I cannot emphasize enough how valuable and welcome this special assistance is. In my opinion, the availability of these managers alone is a main reason that Iona should continue to receive deserved outside external recognition and support, along with its many other uniquely creative special programs and activities that bring confidence, peace, and gratitude. They can and do change one's life in a multitude of positive ways by meeting important needs. How lucky we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Feldman? Well, yes, that's great.
Hi, I am Nancy Feldman and here to testify on behalf of Iona Senior Services. I have been using Iona Senior Services and the Around Town program, especially Around Town DC program, for over a year now, since I retired and was wondering what I would do with myself. And all these programs have been so helpful to me and others that come to the programs. And so let's see, I want to list some things that they do that I've attended: the fitness and movement and exercise classes. Ruth's Zumba Gold is amazing, and Emma's Strength, Balance, and Core course. It's kept me and other people who come to it able to keep from falling. And that is, as you've all noted, that is it's very important. And what the Sewing and Mending Cafe with Edie is amazing and wonderful, and especially for people like me who cannot afford to bring everything we own to the tailor. It helps greatly for me to shorten my pants because I'm very short, and etc. I've also gone to, Liana provides walking tours sometimes of the Tenleytown area, which are wonderful, informative, and keeps us active and engaged. All of these courses keep us active and engaged. Let me see what else. Sorry, I'm having trouble. Oh, right. I've started attending the Wednesday sing-along group by Deborah, which is wonderful, especially for people with memory problems. Music and singing is amazing for helping people to stay engaged because it's still somehow people's brains keep that in their head. I know and Dixie's Death Cafe class, I've attended 2, and they're wonderful for helping us prepare and realize that we need to prepare for our end of life wishes. I attended recently a scam spotting class that Iona provided so that I can be more aware of scams coming into my laptop computer and my phone and avoiding them. And let's see, I also attended a tooth and oral care class virtually by Dr. Salvaggio, which was excellent, and a Zoom webinar on decluttering, which many of us older folks need, and that was really helpful and good. And and the Dementia 101 webinar, I attended that, and that was really important for helping me to realize when I'm just being a little older and forgetful versus having serious dementia problems. So Iona is amazing. The Around Town DC class courses are all amazing. And I hope that you will continue to fully fund Iona Senior Services and increase their funding if possible, because it's so important. And you mentioned duplication of services. We need more services for seniors. We're growing as numbers of the generation, and so we hope that the services keep growing too, because we want to remain a caring and compassionate city and society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now I'm going to hear from an old friend, Mr. Gregory.
Maybe it's appropriate that we're dealing with the Department of Aging. I think you are progressing and aging much more gracefully than I am. My name is Tom Gregory. I am a participant with DACL and Iona, and I'm the director of TENAC, the DC Tenants Advocacy Coalition. Council members are very well aware of that a significant percentage of DC citizens are seniors. In fact, many council members even have parents that are older than they are. So we are very well aware of the importance of problems to seniors. Yet sadly, the city has given special privileges to a financial class of citizens that make life unfairly and unnecessarily difficult for DC citizens, with some of the hardest hit being seniors. The cost of living, the cost of housing, and ongoing high costs in DC is a big problem for many DC senior citizens. Sadly, the council allowed legislation to be passed that permitted rents to go up unnecessarily high and give special privileges to landlords instead of giving those special privileges to the common citizen and elderly citizens. In case some of you doubt and do not know that this has been happening and still is happening, let me clarify for those people. Years ago in the district, people were having to move out of their housing because the rent was so high and was continuing to climb. The council knew that the situation was unbearable and that the city could not sustain such a problem. So the council searched for a solution. The council established what was called rent stabilization, also called rent control, to stop greed from hurting our city and from hurting so many citizens, particularly senior citizens. Now, a lot of people don't like price controls, but some very greedy persons make it necessary sometimes. The solution of this rent stabilization was promising at first, and people felt relieved and optimistic. But then the landlords got further legislation passed that altered rent control to move rental rates even higher. Just the opposite from the initial intent of preventing unfair increases. Now, unbelievably, rent control law gives landlords the power to raise rents by an amount of inflation plus a compounding 2% every year. Now, that's an important figure. Unbelievably, rent control law gives landlords the power to raise rents each year by amount of inflation plus a compounding 2%. You don't have to be an economist or a mathematician to understand the effects of compounding inflation plus 2% year after year after year. When some council members confronted the landlords threatened to pull out of DC if the council did not continue to give them special privileges. The council constructed some programs to help some of the poor citizens with money from taxpayers. Landlords are still enjoying their special privileges in DC, paid for by everyone else and disproportionately by senior citizens. Now, to be fair to DC renters, in particular to senior renters, the council should correct the unfairness of the years and years of rental rates of inflation plus 2% compounded. A simple and easy way to do this is to reverse those rates of inflation and make it inflation now minus 2% compounded each year until the unfair amounts have been balanced out and been restored. In my conversation with DACL staff, DACL has not been working on this major concern of the cost of seniors of housing. As I understand, DACL does not have a section in their department that is devoted to solving this problem. DACL should not be forbidden from actively working on this significant senior problem and concern. In conclusion, I hope you will ask a question of some of the people that you will be interviewing. Why does the Department of Aging and Community Development not have a section devoted to eliminating the cruel and overbearing cost of housing, which punishes so many senior citizens?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. All right. And now, Ms. White, we'll hear from you.
Good morning. My name is Edith White. I am a participant at St. Albans Senior Center in Northwest DC. I also, I started volunteering to teach sewing and mending, and now I teach sewing and mending at St. Albans and at the Iona facility in Tinleytown. My husband and I, mostly my husband runs the drum circle and I assist, which is really important because, as Nancy pointed out, the polyrhythms are very, very important in helping people maintain their brain efficacy and helping to prevent dementia. You know, have shared with this committee before that I moved up here from Nashville, Tennessee, just as the COVID lockdowns were ending, and I was very isolated. Was having issues with returning to clinical depression that I had experienced years before and pretty much had under control. And DACL and Iona Senior Services helped me so much. That community center has been a lifeline for me and for many others. They helped me finding doctors, get my bus card, and all those, and several other senior services. A couple of things I'm concerned about. Several of my cohorts at St. Albans, the daily lunch program is the only meal they have all day long. And we've been lucky enough to be able to have it. We did have a produce program, but that's been reduced. And the Produce Plus program has been drastically reduced. And in fact, I would recommend that the funding for the Produce Plus program be increased. Can you not hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to start again? I hope not. Okay. So I would recommend that the funding for the Produce Plus program be increased. My husband and I are not right at poverty level. However, with the increase in cost of living in DC, and especially the cost of food, we're having difficulties getting our own fresh produce, and we don't struggle to pay our rent. The other thing I'm concerned about is, and I don't know if this is something that you can control. I know the federal government is making noises about getting rid of funding for durable medical equipment. Now, Iona serves as a place where they'll take donated equipment and give it to us if we need it, like my cane, like wheelchairs, like potty chairs, things like that. And now those things don't need to be reduced for seniors. Those are the things that help keep us healthy and moving and being able to participate in the community and cost the government less. So please don't let that essential thing be taken away from us. It'll be devastating for some seniors. You know, the other thing that I worry about is at Iona, I'm running out of time. At Iona, we're having a wonderful increase in the number of people who are coming to the St. Albans. And a lot of those are people with dementia, which is stretching the parameters of the people who work there. For instance, when I teach sewing and mending, there are several people who have 6 or 7 or 8 people who cannot participate because they just can't understand what we're doing or follow the directions. So they need something else to do at the same time. And it's stretching the paid staff to the limit. And as we're getting increases, I'm concerned about that. So considering some increasing for that, not decreasing. The other thing I wanted to point out was something that was brought up the last time I was here, and I'll try to be brief. This is not anything to do with Iona and DACL, but maybe it should be. The problem with the scooters and electric scooters and bikes on the sidewalks. As a senior citizen, if there's a fence or a building when I'm walking on the sidewalk, I walk next to it and keep my cane on the outside. As I try to go to buses, I have to walk around where people have just flopped these things on the ground. And if I was in a wheelchair, I couldn't get there. So I'm really worried about that and the sidewalks and the safety of us as senior citizens. I got my hearing aids because I could not actually hear people coming up behind me on these things. And that's a safety issue for all seniors, for all citizens, really. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony to the entire panel. And Ms. White, I appreciate hearing from you, someone who, as you said, you came here, you didn't know what you were going to find, and then you found the whole universe. So we're very happy about that.
Thank goodness.
We're very happy about that. Thank you very much. And Mr. Gregory, thank you very much for mentioning that DACO should be viewed as an all-encompassing process, because we seniors have all of these needs. It's not just, socialization, it's the basics. And in this world, the basics certainly include food and clothing and shelter. And shelter is probably number one for many people, making sure that we have adequate shelter, good shelter, and a safe sanitary shelter. So I hear you. I don't know what they can do with this issue, but I do know that I'm very concerned that senior rent indirectly, well, it does. It increases with rent in general
If I may ask a
every
question,
year.
is there something like related to conflict of interest to have a government agency lobbying or pushing other government agencies to be more effective? I don't know if there's anything prohibiting DACL from having a section that will.
Well, I don't think there is a process. A government is usually just as our government. It's major services are provided and promoted by one agency, and the agencies can work cooperatively, and frequently they have to. It's just that for seniors and for children, we're kind of outside of the general, but we're really inside because we're part of families and households. And so it makes it difficult to distinguish us as seniors. And so what the concentration of energy and service is based on the basic needs. And housing is, well, assume that if you're a senior, you already have housing. Assume that if you're a senior, you do have food, but getting you to eat your food is the socialization piece, which is what the conjugate meal program actually does. So that's kind of like my understanding of how service delivery is broken down. But like I said, we're growing, and well, we want all of it because we are growing and expanding in numbers. And so I just think more attention has to be given to our needs. Now I hear from the housing committee and from others who are providing housing in general, emphasis on senior housing. I think the Fletcher Johnson project over off of Benning Road Southeast will be devoted to senior living. Will it become like the villages down in Florida? I don't know, but we surely wish it would. And why do I say that? Because it's senior different types of living in what would be considered a moderate sort of high rise with, and we have to have a balcony. I understand that because some do not leave that unit, and they've got to have fresh air coming in and be able to sit out and talk to your neighbor down below or beside you, what have you. That's always a good thing. But it will also be small town homes, is my understanding. And there should probably be assisted living on the property too, because not everyone will continue to live alone. They will need a little minor assistance. So we're hopeful as to what can be developed with that acreage. I think it's 23 acres that can accommodate some of our needs. So that's one area. We'd like to have more senior living, maybe at Walter Reed. Um, and I think wherever we have available land, some of the emphasis has to be put on senior living. Because many of us with these rolling lawns and that means lawnmowers, that means paying the kids to spruce up the yards and what have you. You know, we really would rather not have that burden, so to speak, you know, as we get older. There are other things we want to do. Um, so I'm expecting that into the future it'll be a big change. And we want to be here for the future and we want to help bring about the change. So that's how I see it. So thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your compliments about Iona. Thank you and its programs. All right. And so we'll move to the next panel. Caroline Casey, who manages the Senior Nutrition Program and Mary Center. Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, the Executive Director and Attorney for the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and Ron Hamilton, who is the State President of AARP, and Dawn Quattlebaum, who is, oh, she is online. So Dawn, we'll take your testimony first. All right.
Thank you so much.
All righty. Go right ahead.
Well, good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Executive Administration and Labor Committee and staff. My name is Dawn Quattlebaum, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resources for Aging. I thank you so much for the opportunity to present this testimony as part of the fiscal year 27 budget oversight hearing for the District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living. Seabury's mission is to provide personalized, affordable housing and services to help older adults in the greater Washington, D.C. area live with independence and dignity. And this focus has not changed since our founding in 1924. And we continue to deliver on our promise, supporting more than 6,000 older adults and family caregivers. You may remember our mantra: good housing, good food, good community, and good resources. Experience has taught us that seniors require all four of these elements to thrive. Our core programs provide affordable housing, care management, congregational resources, transportation, and nutritious meals to residents in our community and for those aging in place. Connection is crucial to seniors' well-being, but it is equally crucial to Seabury's operations, and our partnership with DACL makes a significant difference for the older adults that we serve. Thank you to Director Hines and her staff for their funding, for their support and guidance. Through the Ward 5 and Ward 6 lead agencies that we manage, we battle food insecurity, encourage healthy practices, and provide opportunities for education and a spirited social life. The nutritious meals served in our 11 community dining sites are only the entree. Real friendships and true community round out the meal. Seabury Out and About sponsors LGBTQ+ elders through opportunities for education and fellowship. For many participants, it represents their chosen family. Home First Residences provides much needed affordable senior housing to vulnerable populations, including those who were formerly homeless, and currently we have 19 residents there. Our Age in Place program supports some 200 older adults in wards 4, 5, and 6 and remaining in their homes, which we know is very important. Here again, the key is connection, with Seabury Outreach connecting volunteers with these transformative service opportunities. Model City Senior Wellness Center has more than 600 registered members, and on a recent visit, one of them declared it my happy place, which is not surprising to anyone who has experienced the vibe at Model Cities, where the camaraderie is infectious. Older adults gather to exercise, play, dance, lunch, learn, and grow. But that's not all. Have you seen the organic garden? And there's a man cave too. A comprehensive schedule of classes and activities that includes the Older Blind program promotes active and healthy living. Transportation literally connects seniors to services, and we are proud to be rebuilding our Seabury Connector program with the focus on group trips. And I have to say, funding from DACO allows us to transport older people to community services and sources of fresh, healthful food, and this directly supports our mission. Our writers, though, tell us that the journey itself, safe, reliable, and a fun way to be together, is as important as the destination. Our clients and program participants often describe experience with Seabury services in dramatic terms, a godsend, a miracle, a real lifesaver. Yet we know that miracles are not a strategy for meeting the mounting needs of older adults. Rather, creative collaboration and the strategic deployment of proven expertise are the best approach. Maintaining an acceptable ratio of highly skilled and experienced staff is particularly critical to meeting the needs of older adults, and we fully anticipate that those needs will escalate. Yet this fiscal year's budget marks have necessitated our laying off staff, even as demand for our services has grown. The reduced staffing makes the professional delivery of services a daily challenge. Seabury's commitment to seniors is made possible through funding from sources including DACO, private donors, grants, foundations, and other government entities. We thank DACO for their continued partnership and ask that the district preserve our existing funding and consider funding enhancements that would support our ability to continue serving older adults and caregivers with the utmost professionalism and best practices we consider our standards. Please consider the wisdom of investing in expertise and updated technology using our attached funding priorities document as a guide. We appreciate you and your steadfast support, Chairperson Bonds, and this committee as Seabury continues in its second century of service. We look forward to continued connection with the Council and the District of Columbia and the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, and all of the partners we consider a part of our Seabury community. I am grateful that some of our Seabury participants will testify today, and I thank you so much for allowing me to share my testimony. I truly appreciate you and your love of DC Older Adults, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I note that you have already shared us your budget priorities with dollars and cents. So thank you very much for that. Now we'll hear from our in-person witnesses, and we will start with Ms. Casey. Okay, you're on.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and the members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Caroline Casey, and I am the manager of the Eat Well, Live Better Senior Nutrition Program at Mary Center. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to discuss the program's success in providing fresh produce, addressing food insecurity, and promoting a healthy lifestyle that improves health outcomes for seniors throughout DC. Through funding from DACO, Mary Center launched the Eat Well, Live Better program in 2020. In alignment with the Mary Center social change model, an integrated model of care which encompasses healthcare, education, and social services, the program aims to go beyond food delivery by supporting participants' overall health and well-being. Eat Well, Live Better delivers supplemental food boxes containing fresh fruits and vegetables to participants' homes every 3 weeks. The boxes include educational packets with recipes for utilizing the box ingredients and information about relevant resources that are available to them. Delivering of boxes of fresh produce directly to seniors' homes helps to reduce healthy food access disparities, such as lack of transportation, being homebound, having a low income, and living in an area with limited grocery stores, which are often cited as barriers for seniors. The boxes support a balanced diet, which is crucial for healthy aging, managing and preventing chronic conditions, balance and mobility, and mental health. Participants often report that they would otherwise not have access to fresh food due to monetary restraints and limited transportation. Each participant has access to our program nutritionist for further education about a healthy lifestyle via one-on-one counseling sessions and/or Zoom classes that are hosted weekly. Clients have worked on and seen great success with weight loss and weight gain, managing diabetes, reversing prediabetes, smoking cessation, exercise promotion, and general healthy eating. The third component of our program is to work with each participant to assess their needs and connect them to other community resources. We have become a trusted source of information for our participants, so we receive calls daily from participants requesting information about programs or assistance with completing applications. Common requests include legal assistance, transportation, dental services, and most frequently, additional food support. An extra benefit of this service is the social connection that we provide. By calling seniors to complete screeners, say happy birthday, or just check in, we provide a means of connection and trusted support on the other line for participants who are homebound or lonely. The seniors say it best, so I will share a comment from one of our participants. Your program is such a blessing. I've only had great experiences. My husband and I absolutely love the boxes of fresh produce. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have enough fresh produce and would only be eating canned goods. I appreciate all the resources that are sent out because I would have never known about some of the great resources and events around the city without your notification. Thank you for everything. The Eat Well, Live Better program launched in 2020, and due to its success in supporting food access and its holistic model of care, it has grown to a capacity of 750 seniors around DC. We have served a total of 1,227 seniors since the start, and there is continued demand for our services with a steady wait list. When we started the program, delivery occurred every 2 weeks. We were asked to increase our participant number while our budget remained the same, which forced us to scale back and deliver to participants every 3 weeks. Participant feedback and food security data depict the increasing need for food among our group. The most common feedback we receive is that participants need more food. While we do work to connect participants to other food resources around the city, it's unacceptable for our seniors and their families to spend a significant portion of their time and effort seeking help from multiple programs to meet their dietary needs. We are grateful to DACL for their support of this program and the seniors of Washington, D.C. I request continuous and increased funding for fiscal year 2027 so we can sustain this program and meet the growing need for additional food by delivering food boxes more frequently or providing more food in each box. We also request that the DACL budget cover the entire cost of the program, which includes allowing Mary Center to charge our federally approved indirect rate, not only to our personnel costs, but to all the costs of the program. Given recent federal policy changes, Mary Center, like many organizations, has experienced significant financial strain. To continue serving our community and our seniors effectively, it is essential that we are not required to absorb financial burden in order to host this program. This investment will help reduce hunger, support participants' health through consistent nutrition education, and uphold their dignity by ensuring consistent access to the healthy food they deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I recorded this correctly. We don't have your testimony yet, do we? All right, okay. You're saying that you serve about 700 a year? Okay, 750.
Thank you.
All right, and you've served about 1,200 total, so it's a 2-year program?
We've been hosting the program since 2020.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
you're growing in number each year. You're
Yes,
seeing
so
more.
our capacity started at 500, and so it was 500 active participants that would regularly receive the food, and then we increased to 750, and so that's how many are current and actively receiving food boxes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, if you could help me understand the addresses where this food goes.
Mhm.
That will help us, because you may have identified a couple of little enclaves where, food is really necessary,
Mhm.
because as you say, they do not have transportation, or there's no food center nearby. And so we'd like to know where this exists. Again, I'm just trying to map what our service need
Yeah.
is. We're going to get there, and I'm going to do everything I can while I have these few months, and then try to continue to have some influence in this way. But, let's go for the goal, what we can, while we can. Okay. So that's where I am. So
Yes.
any detailed information will help us figure out what we can do.
Absolutely. And also one final comment, I think it would be very helpful, and we've asked this before of DACL, to partner up all of the different food programs. And so that DACL that operates, so we can work together and ensure, we've started doing this, but ensure that duplication of services, if one is receiving one DACL program, that they're not receiving, for example, there's 2 home delivery food programs. We don't want that duplication, but to kind of promote more conversation among the different food programs, so we can work together and serve more folks across the district.
And I hear you. And I'm not thinking so much that is where the duplication is. What I'm trying to understand is, where are there communities that are not having access? Because the conjugate meal program is just what it is. It's one meal, one day. Monday through Friday. Saturday and Sunday, what do you eat if this is your only point of resource? And I'm hearing your food box contains, well, you say now 3 weeks, or whatever is in it has to go for 3 weeks. We're talking produce. Now, I have a refrigerator. You have a refrigerator, and it doesn't seem to last 3 weeks to me. After about a week, it gets the lettuce is a little soft and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to see, how can we improve what we're doing and doing well, and expand it so that more people can take advantage of it. So that's where my head is. So I'm not saying that there's duplication. I'm just saying that if people are truly hungry and without nutrition, if we can, we ought to try to address that. So,
I'll send
yeah.
that. I'll send it
Okay.
over.
All right, sorry about that. Okay. Ms. Holmes, we will take your testimony now. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds. And again, thank you for your more than decade-long and strong and steady advocacy for older adults in the district. It has been an honor to collaborate with you on behalf of the older residents we both serve. My name is Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. For 50 years, LCE has defended, protected, and empowered older adults in the district. We remain deeply committed to this mission. LCE's Legal Hotline is a prime example of the type of services we provide for district residents age 60 and over to meet that mission. The hotline provides trusted legal advice on a wide range of issues, from parking tickets and housing disputes to benefit denials, foreclosure, and fraud. The hotline is often the first call older residents make when they are in trouble, and the only resource available to them when they cannot afford legal representation. LCE's hotline is more than just a call center. It is a lifeline that provides brief legal services for older DC residents. We also refer clients to other agencies for non-legal issues, to vetted private attorneys for those who exceed income limits for free extended services that we provide, and to our in-house attorneys for more complex matters that require full representation, particularly on issues concerning public and veterans benefits, landlord-tenant disputes, housing accommodations, consumer fraud, foreclosure, and an increased number of calls concerning utilities that we're receiving today. In fiscal year 25, the legal hotline assisted 1,687 people in 3,485 cases. The council's support last year of an additional $110,000 in the Department of Aging and Community Living's budget for a hotline attorney helped make this impact possible. Thanks to your leadership, Chairperson Bonds, we are able to meet growing demand by expanding our team. However, the mayor did not include the $110,000 in her proposed DACL budget. At the same time, the mayor has proposed slashing access to justice funding by nearly 86%. That's a cut of almost $28 million. Now, while today's hearing focuses on the DACL budget, I must underscore the compounded impact to both cuts. As legal services organizations across the city face devastating reductions in access to justice funding, the demand for services will not disappear. It will shift, and it will land in great part at LCE's legal hotline. We are bracing for an increase in calls from seniors desperate for help with public benefits, housing, and financial abuse, calls that other legal services organizations will no longer have the capacity to answer. Demand for brief legal services is already high. For almost half of our normal business days, LCE's appointments fill up an hour after intake opens. The hotline then remains operational throughout the day, taking emergency calls, following up with clients, and other client-related services. This is not the time to scale back. It is time to strengthen the very services that keep our most vulnerable residents safe, housed, and connected to essential resources. I urge the council to restore the $110,000 to support LCE Legal Hotline. Better yet, let's increase it. We are proud to be a DACL partner, and we stand ready to continue serving older adults across the district, which we can only accomplish if we are given the resources to do so. In closing, again, thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your long-standing support of LCE and your unwavering commitment to the elderly over the years. We greatly appreciate you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I think what I'm hearing you say is that the reduction in access to justice, where the government provides $50–60 million in this program that goes to law firms,
to legal services organizations.
Well, okay, legal services are law firms primarily.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just
okay.
want to make sure people don't think it's for profit.
I want the seniors to know it goes to law firms so that law firms can assign their staff to assist seniors. Now, it's supposedly pro bono services. You and I know what that means. And my point is, sounds like you need to have an increase in your hotline so that, because you give us more results, perhaps, than maybe access to justice.
Well, we
And
get
the
access
reason
to
I'm
justice,
saying
too.
that is because you pointed out that the hotline does a variety of, I guess, referrals to an attorney is what I'm assuming it is, so that it helps a individual who uses the hotline to sort of like a clearinghouse as to what and where the service is that they may need. Am I correct?
Well, the hotline responds to anybody who is 60 years of age and older
Right?
in the district who has a legal question. So it doesn't matter what their income is. But many of those calls come in and they need more than brief services, which is what the hotline
Right.
does. And when they need brief services, we send them to our other attorneys to provide full representation on that issue so that we can help them. So the hotline funding, the $110,000 and the other funding that we have through DALCO for the hotline helps with the brief services and kind of directing them to the right place. However, the access to justice funding that we also receive some, and it was $31.6 million last year, and it has been that amount for the last about 4 years,
4
which
years.
means that it's actually less than that because it doesn't have the same value as it did 4 years ago. That money goes to a bunch of legal services organizations who provide their services for free to older adults and to to others that are not older, to children and others. We're the only legal services organization that serves older adults, and we do it for free. And when we lose out on that money, then we're not able to do all of the work that we have been doing over the years, and they're not able to do all the work. So then people are going to call the hotline and we're going to try and serve them. But now we're going to be disadvantaged because we're even losing the additional funding that we had for an additional hotline attorney. So that is why I say we need that $110,000 plus more. But right now I'm trying to at least get that back so that we can continue answering the hotline. We need even, I will be honest, we need even more. And our seniors use the hotline because we are right there for them and oftentimes the only ones for them when they have a legal need.
All right, so you've established, I think, the need for the hotline. What I'm trying to understand is once the hotline is used, do seniors receive the service that they have identified through the hotline?
Yes, the hotline they will call and they will go through the intake process, and then we assign them to an appointment. We have found that when we assign seniors to an appointment, then it is easier for our hotline attorneys to call them back and make sure that they help them with their issue. If we have them on a waiting list and they don't know when we're going to call, then it's harder for us to reach them. So that's why we do that. And when we find out after the hotline attorney speaks to them that they have a need, say they're getting ready to be evicted from their apartment, or their landlord is not taking care of the apartment, or they need an accommodation, then they will send it to what I'll call the back of the house, where we have more lawyers who will take them on and provide them with legal representation until we get that issue resolved.
Okay, so you're saying that you feel you need the 110, which would pay for the hotline, and you
One more.
110,000.
One more attorney than we had before, yes.
All right, and you could do with an additional 110. Okay. You're also saying that you have attorneys that actually service the seniors that make their call into the hotline.
Yes.
Okay, and I think you said you also get some of the access to justice
Funding, right.
resources. Do you get 2 million, 10 million?
We get about we get about 1.1 million. Well, we did
Okay.
get 1.1 million.
Okay, all right, so you probably could do with another million
We could.
because you needed to service the seniors.
Exactly.
Okay, and if you had that money, would you still go through the as you call it, the different legal services, or would you hire more attorneys on a temporary basis, or?
Right. If we had additional funding, if we received additional access to justice funding, we would expand our ability to serve.
Okay.
Okay, so we would be able to help more people. We help probably more than 5,007. It just depends over the course of the year. However, that number is likely to decrease. Well, if we have staff that we have to lay off, then that will mean there will be fewer people to serve our elderly population.
All right, okay. Can you provide me with some real numbers that we can work with the justification so that we can look at this? I think it's very important that to understand that the Access to Justice program, which, you know, is somewhat a favorite here at the council, is funded as generously as we can, but that you are also able to get some of that funding. And I'm wondering, why not just have it come to funding that we know is designed to service persons who are 60 years and older? So I'm just, you know, curious about that. Because then I don't see double dipping. You know, it's like we're paying for attorneys to really service the population, and we don't call it pro bono service. We call it straight out what it is, legal service. So that's my concern, trying to understand how these numbers flow.
Absolutely. I will provide you with, in my written testimony, information about the access to justice, because we have found, and we have done the crunching of the numbers, that the return on investment is quite substantial, sometimes more than 1,000% on the funding that we receive, in order to make sure that seniors are taken care of, that they receive the benefits that they are entitled to, and they remain in their homes, they remain in their apartments. So
Okay.
we definitely will provide you with the numbers that shows the return
All
on
right.
investment.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hamilton, I don't mean to slight you. We're ready for your testimony. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm with one of my favorite groups, so I want to know what's going on and what is needed, and I want everyone to hear it so that we prick the consciousness of, you know, okay.
Well, it's always a pleasure to be here and to see you
You
too.
too, sir.
Yeah. And thank you for your leadership and
My pleasure.
your support and advocacy for seniors. My name is Ronald Hampton. I'm the volunteer state president of AARP District of Columbia. I'm here today to provide testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Aging and Community Living, which is called DACL, also DACL. I'm a native Washingtonian and a resident of Ward 4, and a proud volunteer leader of AARP, working to ensure all DC residents age 50 and older can choose how they want to live as they age. DACL serves the district's local area agencies on aging. Its programs are fundamentally to assisting district residents age safely and independent and with dignity. AARP testimony focuses on specific funding proposed for 2027 that we believe would jeopardize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the essential services. The proposed increases do not expand service. What they appear to do is simply cover higher personnel costs. As a result, restoring reduced funding elsewhere is even more urgent to avoid real service losses. Restore advocacy and elder rights services. The fiscal year 2027 budget proposal 104,000 reduction to advocacy and elder rights services. This cut will directly weaken the hotline legal and social services provided by the legal counsel for the elderly. These services are district residents rely on every day. The recent funding enhancement did not exceed capacity. What they did do is they uncovered a deep, long-standing unmet need. Calls for help with housing instability, consumer fraud, benefit access, and elderly abuse increased because more seniors finally able to get timely help when they needed it. Rolling these funds back would only undo the progress, leave seniors without legal protection, and drive up the cost for the district. AARP urges the council to restore the funding, sustain the advocacy and elder rights services at the 2026 level. Restore funding for senior villages. Also, the budget also includes $101,000 reduction to the senior village funding. Villages are a proven community-based model that help older residents remain independent in their homes and avoid institutional care. Villages combat isolation, connect residents to transportation, social connections, and volunteer support, all at a relatively low cost. Demand continues to grow. Reducing the funding now would weaken one of the district's most effective strategies to help seniors live how they choose to live. AARP urges the full restoration of the senior villages funding so that this model continue to grow. Restore in-home services and safe at home program. The FY27 proposed budget reduces funding in-home services by allowing a one-time enhancement to expire. Without restoration, the district would not be able to maintain current service levels for the safe at home modification program, the homemaker program, which serves residents who do not qualify for the long-term care but still need help at home. These services support family caregivers, prevent unnecessary institutionalization, and fill gaps in the long-term system. Cutting these do not save money, it shifts to the cost of the hospital, emergency services, and families. My wife and I are caregivers for our adult sons, so I know firsthand the importance to this and other caregivers. AARP urges full restoration to the in-home services program to protect the continuity of care. And then restore funding for the senior transportation program. AARP is deeply concerned about the proposed $500,000 cuts to the Connector Card transportation program. The funding was essential in eliminating the long-standing waiting list for senior transportation. The need for transportation has not gone away. In fact, the cost of living only rises, and reliable and affordable transportation is more critical now than ever before. Restoring this funding will prevent wait lists from restoring, ensuring residents can get to medical appointments, grocery stores, and other community activities. In conclusion, the FY 2027 Department of Aging and Community Living budget includes targeted reductions that could weaken services that other district residents depend on every day. Restoring these funds, even in the challenging budget year, will preserve access to legal protection, transportation, in-home care, community-based support that allows residents to age safely and with dignity while avoiding high long-term costs at all. AARP urges the DC Council to restore the funding to these critical programs. We stand ready to collaborate with the Council and DACA to support the age-friendly district for current and future generations. AARP is a nonprofit organization with more than 38 million members nationwide, including the 68,000 members in the District of Columbia. And thank you very much, and also an opportunity to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Can you just tell me, when you say support for age-friendly, are there some areas in particular? Because you know that program really holds each of the operating agencies in the government and the private sector really responsible for delivering services. Like, for instance, if the sidewalks are I guess, cracked or in a state of disrepair. There's a lot of erosion sometimes. I know that DDOT has to then take the time to make sure that those repairs happen as quickly as possible. So I'm just wondering if there's some particular area that AARP has pointed out.
I don't know if there's any particular area. We have talking with our members and then talking with the volunteers, identified the certain programs that DACO are involved in that are critical for the safety of citizens, older citizens, but also from the standpoint that we want them to age and enjoy the things that aging people need and want to enjoy, but also do them safely. You mentioned the sidewalks and things; those are things that are critical. I heard someone talk a minute ago about using their cane in the sidewalk and whatnot, and unfortunately, this year, my wife and I both had an occasion where we were used the cane for a couple of months because of a leg injury. My wife had knee replacement. Those kind of things are very important. And even though they probably low on the list in making sure that seniors have a place to live and adequate food and all that, but those city services and sidewalks being safe and being able to move around are equally important. And so I would see them on the list of things that we ought to be doing and recognizing for seniors also.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. And Ms. Quattlebaum, we have your information, and I guess you got in your numbers, as I said, those reductions that we need to pay attention to.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. Our next panel, Barbara Curry, Verna Claiborne, Arette Davis, and Jackie Chisholm Jones. They're right here. Okay, excellent. And I promise to try to move a little quicker. I know you're getting tired of sitting, but you can always stand up, move around. Please. Getting a little chilly in here. All right, well, we're ready for our next panel. Ms. Curry, all right, we'll start with you. Thank you
Okay.
for being here.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Barbara Curry. I'm a native Washingtonian. I live in Ward 5. I wanted to talk about why the Model Cities Senior Wellness Center holds great significance to me. I am 74 years old and have been attending Model Cities for approximately 14 months. I retired from my nursing career, which spanned 44 years in 2022. The following year, 2023, I faced the heartbreaking loss of my husband of 31 years after many years of caring for him. In 2024, my oldest son, who lived with us and for whom I was the primary caretaker, also passed away. This double loss plunged me into deep grief, causing me to withdraw from social life and become somewhat of a recluse. The only times I left the house were to buy groceries and to attend church. During this period, I found myself overeating and spending most of my time lying around the house, which led to a significant weight gain. I was also resistant to exercising. One day, someone at church mentioned the Model Cities Wellness Program. Eventually, by February 2025, I made the effort to visit Model Cities to inquire about the programs that they offered and any associated costs. I was relieved to learn that participation was free, although I needed my primary care doctor to complete a form confirming that I was fit to take part in the activities. The following week, on Monday, I visited again and tried out the gym equipment, which was quite challenging at first. 2 members of Model Cities befriended me and encouraged me to join the chair aerobics class. Later, I tried yoga. It was difficult, but I enjoyed it immensely. I also learned about the nutrition class and decided to attend it immediately after yoga. That day, I stayed for lunch as well. I met many people and felt warmly welcomed by everyone, which gradually helped lift the heavy burden of grief I had been carrying. The atmosphere at Model Cities is very friendly and supportive. Now, every week, I participate in 4 aerobic classes, 2 yoga sessions, and 2 nutrition classes. Every 3rd Wednesday, I attend book club. Besides discussing books, we see videos about the authors who explain the books that we read together. We also are invited to participate in poetry workshops, and we go to the MLK Junior Library for specific exhibits. Model Cities exercises our minds and our bodies. In addition, I have participated in 2 of the evidence-based programs that are offered there at Model Cities through Safe at Home. One is the Matter of Balance. So, that's about falling. And then the other one currently that I'm in is WISE. WISE is I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but I know it's to grow old gracefully. That's primarily what it is. By July 2025, I began to notice a significant improvement in my mood as the depression and grief started to ease. I also observed that I was losing weight steadily. So far, I've shed nearly 50 pounds thanks to the combination of regular exercise and the guidance I've received in the nutrition classes. This experience at Model Cities has been transformative, helping me regain my strength, my confidence, and a sense of community that I desperately needed during a difficult time in my life. Just this year, I began volunteering at Model Cities by taking blood pressures at our health fair. Model Cities is a great asset to the seniors in Ward 5, and I hope and pray it will continue. I would like to thank Seabury Resources, and the Department on Aging and Community Living for their support and continued advocacy.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And now, Ms. Claiborne. I'm sorry.
My name is Verna Claiborne, a 55-year resident, community activist, resident of Ward 5, and member of the Seabury Model Cities program at 18th and Evart Street Northeast. I'm not going to use my time to tell you about all of the wonderful life-giving and sustaining programs there, as others here speaking today will do that. I will, however, tell you how much my exercise classes have meant to me. I'm learning to strum the guitar as well as play the piano, and I'm 78 years old. I am here today, however, to remind you who I and other seniors, codenamed by some the old folks, are. We are the grannies, the nanas, the pop-pops, the paw-paws, the aunties, and the Uncle Bubs who nurtured you, taught you, disciplined you, and who instilled the values in you that you live and work by today. We laid the foundation that affords you the opportunity to do the work you're doing and make the difference in our lives as we face the challenges that come with aging. I know this is a time of budget austerity, but I implore you to remember who we are, what we've contributed, what our value was and still is to the community and to this city. We need model cities as it provides what for us and what it provides for us. We are your village, and we need you to support us as such. In closing, I'd like to thank the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, the Seabury's Resources for Aging program for their ongoing commitment and support of the Model Cities program and the critical services it provides to this city's seniors. I would also be remiss if I did not give kudos to our center director, Stacy Mack, for her caring and dedication to the Model Cities program and all of us who benefit from its largesse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis?
Chairperson Bonds, committee members. My name is Harriet Shingler Davis. Prior to becoming a member at Model City Senior Wellness Center, I have been hospitalized twice, not being able to walk, dress myself, or bathe. My children and grandchildren, even my friends and my church family helped me out a lot. After I gained some of my strength back as walking a little, my children bought me a treadmill and a set of 1-pound weights. To gain my strength in my arms and legs, I started to improve in my ability, getting stronger and stronger, but still having issues with my joints. Halfway raising my arms, could not get down on the floor. Better yet, sitting down on the sofa, trying to get up. But God, when I started going to the center, Miss Monica yoga and stretch class, and Mr. Walter's strength and conditioning class on Tuesdays and Thursdays, That got me started. And to see my seasonal brothers and sisters doing their thing, I mean, they were getting down, motivated me to come and to do different classes every day. Every class I went to is a healing and a blessing to me mentally, physically, and spiritually. Just to get up and out every day lower my stress levels, and my body feels so much better. Even when I walk a distance, my breathing is better. The workout is strenuous. I just go home to Dr. Till's and Mr. Rubbing Alcohol, sit in my healing pool, and get ready for the next day. Now, you know, after all that workout, what time is it? It's eat time. I don't have no shame in my eating game. The food is so good and healthy. Speaking about food, Miss Sue's nutritional class is amazing. I never ate chickpeas in my life. The way she hooked that dish up, the whole African American class ate it up. I'm taking a hand dance and a line dance class now with Miss Silky and Miss Veronica, thinking it would be an easy way out, most likely, but not surely. So I mix the classes up some days, but I do all of them. I thank God for the staff and members, how they lift up my spirit so high with the Model City Choir. When I say that we have church, we have church. Those seasonal brothers and sisters of mine can sing. Hallelujah. Glory be to God. I can go on and on and on. I just might as well write a book. I just want to thank all the people who are responsible for these righteous put together program ministries, and the laughter is the best medicine, and the fellowship that you are not alone is awesome for us seniors. Not on the record. Last year, I applied for home health aid. I do not no longer need it now. I need Model City Senior Wellness Centers. As a one-stop shop, they have it all for me. And I really, 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 really appreciate and grateful. And I thank you, Seabury Resources on Aging, the Department of Aging and Community Living. Please continue to support all our seniors. Thank you, and one for the Holy Ghost. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Ms. Chisholm Jones.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds, committee members, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Jackie Chisholm Jones, and I attend Gettysburg Senior Village 1. Let me start by thanking you, Chairman Bonds, for your steadfast dedication and advocacy for seniors in the nation's capital. Your presence will sorely be missed on this council, and we salute you and thank you for your years of service in this great city. I've been a participant in the many programs provided at the site. The staff is great and provides many resources and informational programming for the seniors. We have great lunches, numerous activities such as trips, guest speakers that inform us of legal matters that we need to be appraised of. We are kept informed about identity theft and scams. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Aging and Community Living, along with Seabury Resources for Aging, for their continued advocacy and unwavering support. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony, and I know that you want to hurry along, and I'm only going to hold you for a minute. But if you had to identify one service that you'd like to see that you currently are not seeing at model cities, what would it be? And I'll start with you. Is there anything missing?
To Stacy, that we need to do a book exchange. We need a area where we can just have a book. I'm a reader and I read all the time. And I think there are a lot of seniors there that do that. And if we had a book exchange where we could bring a book or pick up a book and have a quiet place to read a book, that's it, I know. That would be what I miss the most. I mean, that's what I would ask for.
All right, well, thank you. Anyone else have anything in mind? Or is everything good and working? All right. One-stop shop. That's what you consider model cities to be, a one-stop shop. Okay. Is there, okay. You want to press the, okay.
This is my 4th week there, and it seems like I've been there for years. My body, I'm telling you, it's a miracle. It's a miracle, and I pass the word on. I know, it takes money and things like that, but when I find a good thing out, I want to share it with others.
Excellent.
Just like I didn't know nothing about it. When I retired, if I would have went straight there, I really believe that my health wouldn't have went down the way it went down. Like I said, mentally, physically, and spiritually. One-stop shop.
All right.
Thank you.
I would
Thank you.
say
Yes,
parking.
you have to, okay, there you go.
Parking is the issue.
Parking.
So if we had more parking spaces available to us.
I don't know. I don't know how we could do that,
Well, it's,
given where you are.
yeah,
You're across from the school, right?
we're across
Mhm.
from Langdon Elementary. And our parking lot, I think we can only get maybe 60 cars on there.
60?
Not six, what are you thinking? Maybe 40?
Oh, maybe
Okay.
40. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Listen, you all need to put up a sign and start, anyway, I'm just teasing. But that's fantastic. You have generous parking in comparison to many, if not all of the other locations. I
Okay.
go to the wellness centers and most have maybe 3,
Wow.
yes. So you are in a very exciting community to
Be-
have 40 spots.
They are in the process of taking away some of our parking spaces. So, we can't park on the street anymore, which I guess was included in our parking. It's not there. So that's what, if I'm gonna ask for anything other than my book exchange, I do think is parking, because I'm there every day. Whenever we have meetings or communities, different things going on, we end up having to park all the way down Queens Chapel Road and have to walk up. And not a lot of seniors are willing to do that walk.
Okay.
So,
But
I don't
the
know.
walking adds to the excitement of being there, right?
For some of us, For some of us, not for most, though.
Okay.
Okay.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But thank you very much.
And I would say, I did not add that in my testimony, how important it is that Model Cities provides an opportunity for seniors who are often, left out of the mix of the information highway. This is a very challenging political time for us, both in the city and as well in the country, and how important it is to have people coming into the Model Cities program educating folks about what's happening both politically. We have the whole ranked choice voting coming up as part of our changed political electoral environment in the city. We've had training there for that sort of thing. And so I think that that is a real plus to have people, particularly we've had some of our council members come and provide information, as you have done, so that people understand these legislative changes that are going to impact their everyday lives. And seniors are often not considered as much as they should be, given the changing political environment that we're dealing with.
I appreciate hearing that, because I think you're right to want to hear what's really going on, and I think we should give you the in-depth information.
Right.
For instance, this Saturday, May 2nd, at the Convention Center, starting around 9:30 until about noon, we're going to have the Board of Elections to go over ranked choice voting. And they'll actually have the voting equipment there so you can test it, the sample ballot that you can use, because you're right. This ranked choice voting is brand new to the district.
Yes.
And we're only one of 4 parts of the country that are using it. So it is brand new for many communities. And we'll go through that presentation, and we're going to have lunch.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we have lunch there also for you. So it's open to anyone. I particularly would love to have as many seniors out as possible. I don't have parking for you, but the subway is right there. It comes up into the building. So I'm hoping that you'll show up. But there is parking, street parking around the facility. And some of you may want to get a bus, I don't know, recreation department may have and be able to help out, or maybe some churches in the vicinity might. But you're more than welcome, and we will have translators too. So if there's a language barrier, we hope to be able to settle that. But this is very important, because we've been getting so many questions about what does this mean? How do you do it? And more importantly, how will the votes be tallied? Because that's the newness. And so the Board of Elections has finalized how they're going to tally. And they have said to my office and others, please tell people to not use outside sources as an indicator of how to do ranked choice voting and how it will be tallied. Please have them to use the Board of Elections source only, because apparently there are several ways that you can do the tallies. So I'm very excited. We had them here in the Wilson building at the end of in February. We had them here, and they told us a couple of weeks ago, well, we have some updated information. So there you go.
And you do know, Councilmember Bonds, that there are any number of ways where in this voting system that people's votes or their ballots can become exhausted or spoiled.
Correct.
And so one of the things, because I have worked with a group on ranked choice voting since way back, with the DC Women in Politics organization. So it is certainly our hope that the Board of Elections will have some type of algorithm set up so that at the end of this election season, people in the city need to know how this electoral system has impacted them. So that we need to know numerically how many exhausted ballots exist, how many people's votes did not count, because that is going to be very critical in looking at going forward, whether or not this is an electoral system that operates in the best interest of DC citizens.
Correct, correct. I appreciate that so much. So pass the word. Please come out. The ANCs have been notified. You know, generally we have the flyer that's out. And I'm hoping also that some of the candidates will show up, because most of us don't know all these many candidates.
Right.
And remember, you can vote for up to 5 individuals. You can rank up to 5 in any one contest. So that's a whole different approach. You do not have to do the total 5, but you can. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention since you mentioned it. And thank you for the commercial. And I say that because the Board of Elections is also in my committee. So I'm like, let me get it out right now. So thank you very, very much. Thank you to this panel. Our next panel, we have Kiara Brown, who is representing East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Maria McPhail, who is President and CEO of Vitas Senior Center, and Alicia Herzl, who is Public Witness. Oh, okay. I said that, east of the river, yeah. Again, Kiara Brown, east of the river. Okay, we're gonna move along then. Catherine Dixon.
Chairperson Anita,
Yes.
I am virtual.
All right, okay, you're Miss Brown. Okay,
Yes.
great, all right. And Betty Gento? Is Betty? She may be. I think she's on. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, well, Miss Brown, we will start with you. We'll take your virtual testimony. Oh, Betty Gentile is also virtual. All right. Go right ahead, please.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the Community on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Kiara Brown, and I serve as the Chief Program Officer for East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. It is an honor to share my experience and perspective of services providing to seniors residing in this region. I would like to thank Director Hines of Department of Aging and Community Living and her team for providing funding that allows our agency to continue to deliver services to decrease social isolation and hunger in wards 1, 7, and 8. East River Family Strengthening Collaborative is a grantee for wards 1, 7, and 8 as a lead agency. We are also the grantee for 2 senior wellness centers, the Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7 and the Bernice Fountainue Senior Wellness Center in Ward 1. The funding through the Department of Aging and Community Living has allowed East River to open 2 new senior community dining sites in Ward 7 at the Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church and the Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens. We also received one-time funding for workforce development to create part-time temporary positions for seniors across various roles, including outreach and completing socialization calls to isolated seniors. For fiscal year 2025, we provided services to 5,063 seniors, and thus far in fiscal year 2026, we have provided services to over 2,954 seniors. That includes participation at our community dining sites, also known as our friendship cafes, nutrition programs, outreach events, care coordination, transportation, and reassurance call. We appreciate Mayor Bowser's and the council's continued support of DACL and the district seniors. The funding received has helped seniors continue to age in place and live boldly. The funding has allowed our seniors to engage in recreation activities, health promotion, physical fitness, and receive daily nutritious meals at any of the 17 Friendship Cafes across all 3 wards. Additional services we provide are chef demonstrations to include a recipe bag and food tasting, planned grocery store trips to assist with shopping, nutrition education presentations, and group mental health counseling sessions. Our in-person support groups held at the various community buildings are led by licensed mental health professionals, and we received a new shipment of robotic pets to help to include dogs and cats for isolated seniors. We continue to provide that reassurance via calls to isolated and homebound seniors. Each senior receives a call weekly and can be connected to services to assist the seniors to age in place. East River Strengthening Collaborative was awarded grants for Ward 1, 7, and 8 lead agency and are advocating to maintain those budgets without decrease to continue the much needed service to seniors. The lead agencies are so vital within the district as they offer community-based locations for seniors to reach out for an array of services and the ability to make quick and reliable connections for available resources. With the budgets provided in prior fiscal year, we have been able to maintain the great team to implement these services without disruption. However, we are still in need of the following to ensure the quality and quantity of services can still be provided this upcoming fiscal year. Citywide shuttle transportation for the deaf and hard of hearing program participants per their home into their program. The Deaf and Hard of Hearing program is a citywide program, and more participants would attend if they had transportation to the center. We are requesting an amount of $50,000 for fiscal year 2027. We currently have 1 licensed nutritionist managing all of the nutrition services for Ward 7 and 8, to include conducting nutrition education sessions and nutrition counseling sessions. We are requesting an additional $85,000 for fiscal year 2027 for a licensed nutritionist for Ward 8. We currently have 1 social services coordinator providing short-term case management for Ward 7 and 8, including scheduling advisory meetings and activities for our LGBTQ+ senior programs. We're requesting an additional $75,000 for a senior service coordinator for Ward 8 for fiscal year 2027. We do understand the upcoming budget may have its limitation on the ability to provide any increases for fiscal year 2027. We are grateful to all of the community leaders who partner with us and assist in providing resources in Wards 1, 7, and 8. Thank you again, Chairperson Anita Bonds, and the members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor for your dedication to improving the lives of seniors residing in the district. Thank you again to Director Hines and the Department of Aging and Community Living's team for your guidance and continued support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right. And may I just ask about your community dining sites in Ward 7, the Pennsylvania Avenue and the sign? What kind of turnout or participation are you seeing thus far?
We are seeing pretty good numbers across the board. We have about 15 to 30 averaging weekly for our services provided within those wellness sites.
All right. Okay. And so they're relatively small locations then, I presume.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I thought trying to expand to those neighborhoods would be helpful. I was anticipating that we would have more of a turnout, but we will grow. You know, seniors grow in numbers, so we will grow. But thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you again, Chairperson Bonds.
All right. And now we will hear from Ms. Gentle. Ms. Gentle, are you okay? You'll come right on. All right, go right ahead.
Greetings, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Betty Jones, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at Some Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Since 1970, SUM has worked to break cycles of poverty, homelessness, and hunger through a whole person approach. In strong partnership with DACL, we help older adults maintain independence through housing, community-based services, and holistic care. At the same time, a growing number of seniors experiencing homelessness turn to our emergency services for food, clothing, and urgent medical care. For them, aging and homeless services are not separate systems. Their needs intersect and are intensified by chronic health conditions, mobility challenges, and poverty. We appreciate that DACL's proposed FY27 budget remains relatively stable. However, stability within one agency cannot offset broader disinvestment across the social safety net. For that reason, we urge the committee to consider DACL's budget within the full context of the mayor's Grow DC proposal and to ensure that this vision of growth includes older adults across all income levels. Without sustained investments in housing, food access, and income supports, many seniors, particularly those with the lowest incomes, will continue to face increasing instability even as core aging services are maintained. With that context in mind, we are encouraged to see that funding for outreach, day programs, lead agencies in case management, and senior wellness and fitness has been maintained or increased. These programs are critical in addressing social isolation and ensuring older adults remain active, connected, and engaged in their communities. However, we have concerns about the proposed decrease of approximately $496,000 in transportation. While this may be described as the elimination of one-time funding, the impact is the same. It is a reduction in resources for a service that many seniors rely on every day. The consequences of reduced transportation access are already evident. Decreased program attendance and engagement, increased isolation among seniors who cannot travel independently, and reduced access to essential services, including case management, wellness programs, and healthcare coordination. The Connect a Card program demonstrates both the value of transportation support and that the gaps that remain. Seniors who receive this benefit report meaningful improvements in mobility, yet demand continues to outpace access. Even those who receive the Connect a Card, many report that the monthly allocation does not last through the full month. This forces difficult choices about when and how they travel. Taken together, these challenges reflect both access and adequacy gaps. Reducing transportation funding now will only widen those gaps and further limit mobility for seniors. Next, food access remains a critical issue. We appreciate the increased investments in community dining services and home-delivered meals, which serve as lifelines for many older adults. However, we are concerned about what appears to be the elimination of funding for the Commodities and Farmers Market Program, which was funded at $492,000 in FY26. These programs provide both shelf-stable foods and access to fresh produce, which are essential for seniors, especially those managing chronic health conditions. Seniors are actively using these programs and demand remains high. Reducing or eliminating this resource risks reversing progress and placing additional strain on already limited local supports. We are already seeing and expect to see further impacts, including increased food insecurity among seniors living on fixed incomes, greater reliance on emergency food resources, negative health outcomes due to reduced access to nutritious food, and loss of community connection tied to farmers markets. We urge the committee to clarify with DACA whether this funding has been eliminated, restructured, or shifted, and to assess whether any changes will meet the nutritional needs of low-income seniors. Finally, we want to continue to underscore the growing housing instability among seniors. Many older adults experiencing homelessness may not be connected to DACA or other senior service providers. This does not mean the need is not there. It means individuals remain disconnected from care, even as data clearly shows they are present in our communities. Unhoused older adults are still seniors. They deserve the opportunity to age with dignity, stability, and care. Yet the FY27 budget again includes no PSH vouchers for single adults and no new locally funded vouchers. The DC Housing Authority's shallow senior subsidy program remains uncertain, with federal vouchers reportedly at capacity. We urge DACL to strengthen coordination with the Interagency Council on Homelessness, the Department of Human Services, and housing agencies to play a more proactive role in identifying and engaging older adults who remain outside the reach of services but are in urgent need of housing support. In closing, we appreciate your leadership, Councilmember Buns, not only in your oversight of DACL, but in consistently centering older adults in your decision-making and your advocacy. Your commitment has made a meaningful difference for seniors across the district. We look forward to continuing our partnership with DACL to ensure all seniors can age with dignity, stability, and connection. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a question about, you mentioned that the connector card does not last the full month. This is the card that provides $100. Okay, so per month.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's based on the income scale, but yes, most of the people that we serve are at the income level where they do qualify for that $100.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Just trying to, when you say it doesn't last, would a $10 increase work or a $20 increase work? Or have you done an analysis that could inform us on that?
I have not, but when you just asked that, it kind of came to my mind. I have not submitted my comments in writing. So I'm going to reach out to our senior services staff to get an idea of, an average of how many seniors are reporting they're running out. When I talk to them, most of them are saying that it's not enough the folks that come to our senior centers. But I will try to give you some analysis and highlight that to your staff once I submit my written comments.
That would be great. That would be great. I mean, it's when we think of the connector card, it's so versatile. You can use it almost anywhere where we
Yeah.
have public transportation, including Uber. And of course, if you order a special vehicle, if you need like a lift or something, apparently Uber charges a little more. So that's how you can really run up your card in a,
Yes. And
yes.
I definitely know that like Uber, folks feel safer having like a personal vehicle. I do know that they've told me that, of course the price varies depending on the time of the day, the distance. So taking those shared rides definitely contribute to the car running out much quicker.
Okay. All right. So that if you can give me some insight, that would give a, okay. Thank
I
you. Thank
definitely
you so
will.
very much. Thank you very much for that. And now we'll turn to our in-person witnesses. Alicia Hertzner. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And thank you, Chairperson Barnes, for everything you've done. I've only seen you twice, but I can tell what an incredible positive force you are because you really care. I can see that. My name is Alicia Hetzner. I live in Cleveland Park, Ward 3. I'm 79. I worked 33 years at the World Bank. However, I was always a consultant. So when I stopped working 3 years ago, I had no pension, no insurance. I live alone on Social Security in a efficiency one room where I've been living for 42 years, which that's good for me because I'm a hoarder. In my third stage of life right now, I'm an active jazz vocalist. I am testifying to explain the critical necessity of continuing to fund 3 specific DACL activities for seniors implemented by Iona Senior Services. First, free in-person yoga and other exercise classes. Second, the 52 free 1-hour Zoom classes that was mentioned before about Safe at Home for fall prevention. So we have 2 classes, 1 hour a week of strengthening and balance to prevent falls. They're taught by the 3 different occupational therapists per class. That one does strengthening, one does balance, and one does whatever the other thing I just said. And so the third thing is the monthly legal counsel for the elderly Zoom seminars that Iona has arranged to explain to seniors the ongoing changes to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid laws and regulations. And as the person who is head of the legal services who was here said, you can call in and on their hotline and get help if you need it, if you need personal help. So my experience is before COVID, my knees became so painful with arthritis that I could hardly walk. I tried PT, but Medicare funded very few appointments, so that didn't help that much. And without Medicare, the cost of one PT appointment for 40 minutes was $240. I finally learned, so I had to just stop, and everything got worse. I finally learned, I saw it in the Cleveland Park Library that Iona was offering free yoga. However, for a year, I couldn't get in it because it turns out it was full and the number was turned off. But after a year, I finally found it was open. And so for the last 3 years, I've taken 3 to 4 yoga classes a week. And I fell 3 times in 15 months. So then I had to just graduate to chair yoga only. My stiff knee still works. My stiff knees loosened and I began to walk normally without pain. And I raved to Iona managers that, quote, yoga is medicine, because it is medicine. That's how I was able to recover. A second critical exercise class is their falls prevention class that I just mentioned. When I fell the 3 times in 15 months in 24, 25, the second time I was totally immobilized. I could not move. And I had to be taken to Georgetown Hospital ER in an ambulance for 2 CAT scans. And I had injured my knee and my back. So the free yoga classes, chair yoga, enabled me to recover steadily and safely. They do not push you past what you can do and not hurt yourself. And so Iona now provides these the free strengthening exercise classes, which they started last year, which are for your thighs, calves, and ankles. And I can tell that my balance is better. I'm not falling. These classes are critical for continued mobility and quality of life. And I've noticed that if I miss a class and don't go to one and we're not supposed to miss any of the falls prevention classes, we can only miss 6 out of the 52. If we want to progress and take a second, now we're in our second sequence of 52 classes. I can tell a difference in 3 or 4 days. I start falling and tripping. I mean, it's really important. And I know I would not do all this 1 hour of stuff at home. So having a group setting is really important. A third, so I've already talked about that. All right. So, and the exercise classes are also really important because it provides social, we've connected with people with social benefits. And so please continue to fund these 3 DACL activities, which I focused on because that's what I'm using, that are crucial to seniors' physical, mental, and emotional health. And thank you again for holding this hearing.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. McPhail, yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I am Dr. Maria McPhail, President and CEO of PIDA Senior Centers. After 55 years, PIDA continues to be Washington, D.C.'s trusted, culturally responsive anchor for Latino and low-income seniors, delivering essential services, breaking down linguistic and cultural barriers, and ensuring that no older adult is left without the support they need. I am here today to account the outcome of PIDA's public investment, to speak transparently about our financial reality, and to respectfully urge this committee to protect and approve the ACL's funding for FY27 so PIDA can continue serving DC seniors. In FY25, PIDA delivered sustaining impact, 94,641 service delivered, 108 new clients were welcome, 22,859 volunteer hours contributed to the programs, 34,019 meals were served. We extended the DACL annual goal at 124% achievement with 63,634 DACL funded services. Every one of these numbers represents a real person, a senior who ate a warm meal, a neighbor who left isolation of their home, an older adult who received care in their language, got a crisis resolved with their dignity fully intact. We are deeply grateful to DACL Director Sharon P.W. Hines and her entire team for their constant commitment. FY26 has been a year defined by resilience. PIDA continued to deliver essential services despite a destabilizing funding disruption and a 50% reduction from one of our largest standing donors, a gap we overcame thanks to this council one-time $200,000 enhancement and the DACL continued support. Thank you for that. Year to date in FY26, PIDA has delivered 81,757 services, contributed with 11,169 volunteer hours, and delivered already 25,831 services to combat food insecurity among our population. We have delivered 58% of DACL's annual goal at mid-year, plus 15,600 congregate meals at both of our dining sites. The council's one-time enhancement did more than closing a gap. It set us to deliver nearly 12,000 additional service units in social services, counseling, health promotion, individual outreach, and recreation and socialization activities. Service Latino and low-income seniors will not have received otherwise. For that, we are profoundly grateful. I must be direct about what is at stake in fiscal year 2027. That one-time enhancement is not guaranteed to continue. Our budget is very small and we cannot absorb a loss of this magnitude. The result will not be an inconvenience. It will be a service collapse, affecting our most vulnerable seniors. VIDA operates under structural uncertainty that quietly erodes our ability to serve. No multi-year funding horizon, transportation gaps, a workforce stretched to its limits, and physical space at full capacity. These are not aspirational growth requests. These are the minimum conditions required to sustain the quality of life of the seniors we care for. Madam Chair, as you know, investment is community-based senior services is one of the highest return expenditures a city government can make. VIDA's program prevent medical crisis, reduce emergency room visits, and avoid costly hospitalization. Every dollar invested in preventive community-based care reduces long-term public expenditure by a multiple fold. The seniors VIDA serve helping build the city. They deserve a government that invests in their well-being with the same seriousness with which they invest in Washington, D.C. On behalf of VIDA seniors and the broader community, I respectfully urge this committee to approve DACL FY27 budget, convert the FY26 one-time enhancement into a permanent recurring allocation, yield a conversation on support resources to address VIDA's space, and support $65,000 to hire one additional social worker to meet growing demand for senior social services we deliver at both of our centers. The need is real. The urgency is now, and the case for investment is both morally clear and fiscally sound. Madam Chair, VIDA has kept its promise to DC seniors for more than 55 years, and we will keep that promise for many decades to come. Lastly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you in particular for your years of leadership and your authentic commitment to our seniors, making it possible for them to continue to call Washington, D.C. their home. You really have stand up every time that VIDA has needed. Thank you so very much.
Well, thank you all very, very much. And we'll see what we can find. One of the things that we are challenged with this year is not that we are trying not to grow a budget that we don't have, but we're also really focused on looking within our committees at the council, then seeing what we can move from one place to the other. I'll just leave it at that. So let's see what we can find. When you hear me say that, that's what I'm talking about. Not that there's a hidden treasure chest in the ground somewhere and we can pull it up and it'll work. But we're challenged to do as much as we possibly can within the programs that we already have. So thank you very much.
Let's just ask one question, please.
Yes.
I know that
You might want to turn your mic on. Okay.
I know that we heard that there, I think it was $4 million or $1 billion of the district was taken by the federal government. then it was coming back or whatever. How much did they really keep of our tax money? I would just like to get it straight.
Well, the district contributes heavily to the federal budget through our federal tax process. We're up there as one of the heaviest contributors, and we're considered a donor state. That means our money goes out to poorer communities in other parts of the country. Okay. Some of the other states that we know that receive some of our money are places like Kentucky, West Virginia. So we help them have a life. I mean, let's just face it, because that's what it all is about nowadays. But as it relates to other programs that we participate in that use local dollars, I think that we don't always get as much as we once were receiving from the federal government. Federal government, it's located here, uses the water, the streets, security. Sometimes we are a little short in receiving reimbursement for use of law enforcement on various national things. And everyone comes to Washington, D.C. to protest, to make aware of whatever the issue is. And a lot of that security is provided by MPD, which we pay for. So but we keep moving forward, and we found a way somehow every year to make good for our citizens. It's just that times are getting a little tight, and so I'm sure we all understand that, and it makes it a little more difficult. But the federal government doesn't really keep our money other than through the federal tax for the most part. And when they do not reimburse us, we can say, well, they're keeping our money, but otherwise there's no real problem. Now, I think you're speaking of that $1 billion that they indicated we could not spend in this year. And so we had the money. The money was located in over a period of 3 or 4 years. So it wasn't that we lost the dollars. It was just we couldn't spend it in that particular year. And so we still have that money. Yes. Thank you. And now, Ms. Dixon, we want to hear from you. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I am Catherine Dixon, CEO of Rebuilding Together DC, and we are one of about 100 affiliates across the nation whose goal is to keep low-income residents in safe homes. And we do that by providing free, safe, and healthy home repairs. So we are proud to partner with the DACL through the Safe at Home program. I know Marla spoke earlier this morning. We also partner to provide the Safe at Home services. And together we ensure that older adults can age safely and with dignity in the homes and communities they know and love. Through this partnership, we help deliver critical home modifications, whether it's grab bars, stairwells, improved lighting, ramps, wheelchair ramps, and anything to reduce fall risks and improve overall mobility. For many of the residents we serve, these relatively simple changes make a profound difference. They allow someone to safely navigate their home, maintain independence, and avoid costly institutional care. Our role is to bring the construction expertise, project management, and contractor coordination needed to implement these modifications, all under the very popular and very much needed Safe at Home program. Recent client survey results after receiving Safe at Home services, 88% saw improved mobility in their homes. 100% had fewer falls in their homes, and 100% found activities of daily living easier to perform. One client stated, after receiving Safe at Home repairs, "It has afforded me the opportunity to get to my basement and to be able to use my back door for appointments instead of having the mental and physical stress of trying to navigate using the front steps out of the front of my home." The partnership with DACL is a strong example of how collaboration can stretch public resources while delivering meaningful, lasting impact. In many cases, clients need more than just basic safety modifications, so Rebuilding Together leverages our federal grants to address more comprehensive home repair needs. By working together with Safe at Home, we are helping older adults remain safely housed, connected to their communities, and able to live with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a question. When you say your federal grants allow you to address more comprehensive home repairs. Okay, you're here in our public forum, so tell all the seniors what else you can do for them.
So as you might know, Safe at Home focuses on the safety modifications within the home. And we have other grants, including some federal grants, that allow us to replace roofs, change out HVAC, replace appliances that no longer work, repair fencing, install smoke detectors, things of that nature that, again, the Safe at Home program does not focus on.
Terrific. And so you're going to tell us more about that. And I guess you would make yourself available to go to the wellness centers and also the various large projects that where we have seniors living and can help them understand what else is available to them.
Right. We have gone to many of the wellness centers. I think there are 7 here in the district.
Correct.
We try to hit those once a year. We also use different funds to support some of those wellness centers. Congress Heights Senior Center, we are working there to make some improvements that they desire. We've worked in parks here in DC, at other rec centers, elementary schools. So funds that we raise, we're just trying to do provide community support as well.
And we want you to do as much community support as you can. I'm just thinking, you heard that Vita Center is filled to its gills. I've been there enough times. It's a row house, and it's, of course, that means it's what, 3 levels, I think, and they have is it 4? Okay, and they have a small elevator, very tiny elevator. It still works, doesn't get stuck much or any of that, but it also, I'm not sure where else it can grow. I mean, its dimensions, I don't know whether it can add a 5th and 6th level to it, because I think it's in a historic district. But it is, they really need more space. And I don't know if there's some way that maybe you can work with them to see what can be done, if anything. That would be wonderful, be peachy. We would love that.
Budget is not that large.
Yeah, if I might comment, we were talking before and I expressed the urgent need of remodel the kitchen because we are one of the biggest dining sites.
Yes.
I serve 70 plus
Yes.
lunches every day there. And we optimize the space, but we're struggling. But now the kitchen needs really to be remodeled. So we were talking about this before, and it seems like we need to keep looking.
All right, maybe could be some help coming. Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. Thank you all. And we're going to we're going to continue probably until about 2:00, and then we may have to take a break. Just a short break. But next up, we have Chuck Elkins and Dr. Beverly Wheeler. I see her. Oh, Chuck is virtual. All right. And then we have Leela Smith, Fulton Birch, Becht, and Irma Children. All right. And I think we can take these three at the table with Dr. Wheeler. Okay. And do we have Jenny Sorens? Yes, we'll take you at the witness table. We're moving along here. All right. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. Next year, I will talk less. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, we'll start with you, Mr. Ekins, because you're on virtual. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
right.
First of all, let me thank you for all your many years of leadership on the council, particularly in helping with seniors. As you know, Ward 3 is the only ward in the District of Columbia without a senior wellness center that is already operating or at least budgeted. And I'm here today to ask the committee to try to fix that in the 2027 budget. I recognize that equity considerations usually and rightly favor spending in other wards that have faced decades of neglect. But in this rare case where equity points squarely toward Ward 3, some action is needed. Every other ward is either being served, or in the case of Ward 2, their center has been budgeted. Ward 3 stands alone. Now, I know the reputation. Ward 3 is a wealthy ward, able to take care of itself, and there's some truth to that. But according to the U.S. Census Bureau, nearly 6,000 Ward 3 residents live below the poverty line. Many of them are seniors on fixed incomes and have limited ability to access services on their own. And Ward 3 has more seniors than any other ward in the city. Approximately 16,000 residents, nearly 20% of the ward's population at age 65 or over, and that compares to just 11% in Ward 8, for instance. Many of these seniors live alone in apartments, growing more isolated with each passing year. That isolation is not merely a social inconvenience, it's a serious public health problem. Here's what the Surgeon General of the United States has said about such isolation. Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. It's associated with greater risk of cardiovascular disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. It is similar to that caused by smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day, and even greater than that associated with obesity and physical activity. 15 cigarettes a day, and Ward 3 seniors are suffering that. When Councilmember Fruman asked me to serve on the Senior Wellness Center Feasibility Study Task Force last year, I said yes, but I was a skeptic. I wasn't sure a wellness center in Ward 3 could work because of the transportation difficulties in Ward 3. I was happy to change my mind. Two things made the difference. First, the new bus routes that started last June have significantly and surprisingly improved access to a central location for residents in Ward 3, and that is Tenleytown. Secondly, the task force identified properties in Town with strong potential for conversion into a senior wellness center. The nominal cost of a new center is approximately $30 million. However, as a layperson, I wonder whether there may be a faster and less expensive path, that is, leasing and renovating an existing building rather than constructing a new one. Equipment and staffing requirements would be the same, but capital costs could be lower, and critically, we could open the doors sooner. I leave the specific approach to those with greater expertise. What I'm saying here is, let's find a way to get this wellness center operating. Ward 3 seniors have been waiting long enough. Please, let's include a senior wellness center in the fiscal year 2027 budget. It's a matter of equity, and it's also a matter of health and quality of life for thousands of our most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I too agree that let's look at leasing and modifying an existing, structure. I think that's the way to go. Years ago, before you and I were around, I will say, okay, years ago, Iona House began almost as a wellness center, as that outpost, and it just grew and grew and became, so much more. So, I think Ward 3 was really indirectly the first to have a wellness center, but it's been modified now, and it's so you're right. It is way past time that you have a dedicated location. So we'll be working on that. So thank you again. All right, we're now going to turn to our in-person witnesses, and we'll start with Dr. Wheeler. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds, committee members, and staff. I am Dr. Beverly Wheeler, Chief Knowledge Officer at DC Central Kitchen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at the FY27 budget hearing for the Department on Aging and Community Living. 4 years ago, the District of Columbia was #1 in the nation for senior food insecurity. We at DC Central Kitchen, who were active in the development of the No Senior Hungry Omnibus Amendment Act of 2021, were horrified. We did what DC Central Kitchen always does when we are faced with hunger in our community. We started searching for a solution set. We've reached out to DACL as the agency responsible for assisting food insecure seniors for information. They let us know that they had a waiting list for feeding seniors. We offered to take over the waiting list to start a home delivery pilot project. We employ graduates of our culinary job training program at Living Wages to prepare fresh, healthy meals packed with local produce, and our partners at DoorDash handle the deliveries at a significant subsidy. Since 2022, DC Central Kitchen has provided more than 161,000 home-delivered meals to residents referred by DACL because community need exceeded the existing resources of the agency and its contract vendors. Those meals mattered. Our most recent round of recipient surveys found out that most seniors now view us as a primary or essential food source. Many respondents further reported health improvements, including lower A1C and blood pressure, daily life improvements such as reduced financial pressure and less stress around cooking, and emotional wins such as reduced isolation and feeling cared for. In sum, these meals and deliveries total over $1,500,000 in program cost, absorbed fully by DC Central Kitchen over the past 4 years. We have been in a position to take on more of a role in meeting these emergency needs thanks to our new home, which opened in 2023, and the additional capacity it offered. But as the committee knows, Our resources are finite. We applaud the mayor and the council for continuing to support and invest in DACL's capacity to manage and deliver nutrition programming in DC, and welcome every dollar the district invests in the variety of grants and contracts required to meet this need. We've had recent conversations with DACL about the future sustainability of this model in hopes that it can become more embedded part of the DACL plans, programs, and budget. Outside grants for this work are becoming more difficult to find and are not covering the essential cost of nourishing more than 130 food insecure seniors with daily meals. We look forward to continuing discussions with DACL and council as we strive to uphold our commitment to seniors who rely on our innovative home delivery model. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I do just have a quick question about your model. And your 161,000 meals that you supplied to DACL identified clients, is that correct? Okay. All right. And the location of these deliveries, can you help me understand that? Because we have home delivered meals, and that's the frozen meals, 14 days worth of frozen meals. You're saying that you're doing what I learned about years ago, the Meal on Wheels type, where it's delivered every day. Is it 7 days a week or just 5 days a week?
We deliver 7 meals a week, and they go 2, 2, and 3. And so they're delivered to their doors. Some are actually hot, and all of them are fresh and made by our staff.
All right. And so the delivery is various places across the city. In other words, you're not restricted to one ward area or quadrant.
No, we are using the whatever list DACL has given us. Mainly, or ours are in 7 and 8, but when we did our survey, they were all over the city.
All right. And you just heard from the Commissioner Elkins that, and I have to say this again, that Ward 3 has the highest number of seniors, followed by Ward 4. Okay. Followed by Ward 5. Okay. Just want to point that out. Okay. Then we get to Ward 7.
We just take them where DACL sends us.
I'm trying to get a sense of what we have going. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we'll hear from yes, we have Ms. Smith here. Lena Smith. Oh. No. Okay, all right. Mr. Beck?
Beck.
Is it B-E-C-K?
Yes.
Okay, my list has H.
I know.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Mr. Beck, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Nita Bond and members of the DC committee. At VITA, I have experience. Oh, listen, first of all, my name is Fulton Beck. I'm a Washingtonian who has been a participant of the VITA Senior Center over 13 years. And I thank you for the opportunity of testifying today. At VITA, I have experienced something unique. People of different backgrounds, nationalities, and life experiences come together as one community. We play games, exercise, go on road trips, and build genuine relationships. That sense of belonging is not just enjoyable, it is important. That sense of belonging is not just enjoyable, I'm saying. It prevents isolation and supports brain health and reduces the risk of anxiety and depression. VITA has been doing this job for decades for hundreds of seniors across this city. Continued DACL funding is not optional, it's essential. I also need to share something personal myself. The current climate has created a quiet crisis among my fellow seniors. Many are afraid to travel across the city. They delay medical care. They withdraw. And when seniors withdraw, they decline. VITA has been a safe port in this storm. The moment our peers walk through those doors or walk through our doors, they know they are safe and connected to their community. Its staff, they arrive early, they stay late, and pour themselves into VITA's care. Approving DACL budget, this council recognizes that VITA Senior Centers has been and continues to be a safe and welcoming place for seniors, for DC seniors, and that is important to continue. I ask you, please do not take this lightly and use every resource available to you to support VITA's work so that it can be continue to be the safe place for seniors who need it most. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. And now the more difficult name, Shorn, Miss Shorn. And are you Miss Smith? Oh, you're Miss Sorens. Yes, got it. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, we're going to turn your mic on. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the Committee of Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Irma Shorn. I am a member of VITA Senior Centers for 14 years, and I am here today to speak about the physical needs of our center. VITA Senior Center is our home. We spend our days there eating, learning, moving, laughing, and supporting one another. It is a place of belonging and dignity, but today our home is in need. Our building requires repairs, the exterior needs maintenance, and the interior shows signs of age. These are not minor issues. They affect how valued seniors feel when we walk through those doors. One of our most urgent problems is the elevator. Because of its age, it breaks down often and requires costly repairs. When this happens, VITA must pull funds from its programming budget to cover them. Money that should go toward meals, classes, and services for seniors is instead spent on mechanical repairs that a newer, properly funded facility would not face. Our space is also too small for our growing community. Classes like yoga, Zumba, Tai Chi, dance, bingo, art classes are essential for our mental and physical health. These are the programs that keep our bodies strong and our minds active. All of them require adequate room to run safely and effectively. Every week, more seniors join VITA, and we run out of space for our classes or events and our everyday gatherings. We need support for a larger facility so that no senior is ever turned away. Finally, we deserve access to fresh, nutritious meals and opportunities to go out think beyond the center. Getting out, visiting new places, and experiencing new things is part of what it means to age with joy and dignity. Ms. Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of this committee, we are asking for your support to secure a larger property-founded facility for Vida Senior Centers that will fit our growing population. Help us to secure a space that will allow more seniors to join this unique and growing Latino senior community center. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. Sorensen will take your testimony now. All right.
Chairperson Anita Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, good afternoon. My name is Jenny Sorensen. I'm a proud member of Vida Senior Centers, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the hundreds of Latino seniors who count on this center every single day. Vida has been serving our community for over 56 years with DACL support. It provides us with daily exercise and wellness classes, fall prevention programs, blood pressure and glucose screenings, nutritious hot lunches, art programs, and social services. These are not nice to have. They are the reason many of us are still healthy, still engaged, and still able to live independently. I ask this committee to help DACL grow these programs for FY27. The need I hear most from my peers and feel myself is transportation. Many of our seniors have limited mobility and simply cannot get to Vida on their own. They cannot afford to take a taxi or Uber every day or catch a bus. When there's no ride, they stay home. And when they stay home, they stop moving, stop eating well, stop seeing people. That is how isolation begins. And isolation is one of the greatest threats to senior health. We need dedicated, reliable transportation so that every senior who wants to come to Vida can get there. I also want to advocate for senior companionship programs. The value that one peer brings to another cannot be measured. A companion who checks in, shares a meal, or simply sits and listens can change someone's entire day and their entire outlook on life. These programs benefit both the senior receiving support and the one providing it. Both feel seen. Both feel they belong. This is the kind of program that costs relatively little but means everything. Chairperson Bones and members of this committee, please protect the DACL budget for FY27 and give organizations like Vida the resources they need to keep serving us. We are here, we are counting on you, and we are grateful. Thank you for the privilege of delivering this testimony today.
Thank you all. Thanks to the entire panel. I think I've got it. I understand I have to be on top of this issue with Vida. And we thank you all for coming down and testifying. Again, I've been to the center a few times, and I can tell you the times I was there, people were literally sitting in the hallways, okay? Yeah. And because you have no space, absolutely no space. So I'm hoping that we can help the program grow into space that will fit the participation. Because, 4 years from now, you'll have 50 more, at least, or 100 more than you have today, because we're all getting there if we're lucky. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
you.
Thank you very much. You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
She didn't respond. She's not here.
So our next panel, Teresa Ann Smith, Ross Hammery, Myra Morris. Hammery. Okay, all right. Heather Foote. Oh, okay. Jocelyn Johnson. All right. Nephili Angelides. Jean Sofa. Katrina Polk. Dr. Polk, we're glad you're here. Max Broad.
Finally, all right.
Right, and Frank Phillimore. Okay, now we have a full table complement. And we will begin with Mr. Ross Hammery. All right, go right ahead, sir. Now you're on, okay.
Good morning, Councilwoman Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Ross Hammery. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I serve on the board of DC Villages Collaborative, DCVC. Beyond my board service, I'm a proud member of the Mount Pleasant Village. I see firsthand every day how our neighborhood-led model provides a critical safety net that prevents isolation and promotes independence. I'm here to represent not only my neighbors in Mount Pleasant, but also the thousands of seniors across all 8 wards who rely on the 17 villages in our collaborative now, next year, and in the future. In 2025, our network mobilized 873 dedicated volunteers. These volunteers provided 32,403 hours of direct service, performing tasks that would otherwise fall to city agencies or expensive private care. This labor is valued at $1,690,000 for a $1.1 million investment. The district is receiving a massive return in specialized senior support. We are a model of physical efficiency, turning local volunteerism into citywide savings. Good growth requires infrastructure. Our current budget was built for 13 villages. As we scale to 17, we must ensure our newer incubators have the same support that allowed Mount Pleasant villages and other villages to thrive. Our $1.5 million request ensures a $42,000 baseline for each of the 17 villages to cover essential local operations. This funding specifically allocates $200,000 for our incubator and development programs in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. In Ward 8, 85% of our event attendees are currently non-members, proving the urgent unmet demand for our presence there. We must resource our equity access to villages initiatives to reach the district's most vulnerable seniors who are currently at the highest level of isolation. Every senior we help age in place is one less resident requiring high-cost district-funded institutional care. We respectively ask the committee to support a $1.5 million allocation to the DC Villages Collaborative in the 2027 budget. Thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to the district's seniors. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I do have a question. I appreciate you indicating the amount of volunteer hours, 32,403. But what does that translate to as it relates to the number of seniors that are touched by the village program? Do we have a total number of seniors? See, I have to go by the humans that are touched, that receive the services.
We provided 30,886 direct services for those. And actually,
Yes, how many people were touched by that?
I would defer to Dr. Pope,
Okay,
who has
all right.
the numbers that are fingertips better than I.
So that's approximately 11,000. But Frank, you could speak specifically about your village.
All right.
Sure. I believe collectively, it's 11,000 that we directly serve. In addition to that, we also have many community-based programs. I'll talk about that in my
Right.
so you could multiply that by several more thousand
Ah,
that we ultimately reach.
Yeah, so that's in my testimony as well.
all right. Okay. Well, thank you. I need to have a sense of how many of our approximate 120,000 that are directly impacted by the village programming and concept. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. And then I'll want to follow the order here. Okay. Well, we will go to her. I think we need to, Heather's going to talk transportation. Okay. And maybe what we'll do is go to Dr. Polk, and then we'll,
Oh, correct.
get all the information. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I submitted my testimony. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and the members of this committee. For the record, I am Dr. Katrina Polk, Executive Director of DC Villages, also known as DCVC. Before I begin, I want to express our sincere appreciation for your leadership, Councilwoman Bonds. You have been a steadfast champion and true pioneer for the district's older adults here, and your work has directly contributed to establishing the village model as a key part of our city's aging infrastructure. I also want to take time to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership in keeping DACL budget whole, limiting impact to most of the senior service network partners. Furthermore, I want to acknowledge Director Hines and the DACL staff. They're awesome. Their partnership and leadership have been instrumental in showing the collaborative power of government and community working as one. As a gerontologist for more than 30 years in terms of experience and a caregiver for a 94-year-old grandmother and my late great-great-grandmother who lived to 103, the most innovative aspect of this field is the neighbor-to-neighbor connection, having a village. It has made a difference in my life, allowing me to continue a professional career, and my grandmother who is thriving and needs are being met because we have help. DCVC mission is straightforward. Every senior deserves a village. I'm seeking assistance in securing a $1.5 million budget. It's for our projected budget for FY 2027 that will allow us to maintain and expand this infrastructure. Let's talk about the power of the village economy, which illustrates the financial contribution through the council and DACL. The village model is supported by a professional operational backbone. In FY 2025, our impact reached 10,704 residents. Professional experience, village staff and contractors dedicated 67,000 hours, investing nearly 4.6 million in direct support. The village economy, we mobilized, wait a minute. I'm sorry, my screen's flipped. We mobilized 873 volunteers who donated 32,403 hours valued at 1.6 million, representing a significant savings for the city. Replacing these services with private sector resources will cost the district over 1.5 million annually, more than that. So let's talk about the strategic pillars of the $1.5 million big ass. That's what I call it. So we're talking about the back of the envelope. While the proposed FY 2027 budget currently allocates a little over 1 million to senior villages, minus the one-time funding of 100,000 for Ward 7 for 2 village in development opportunities, we are asking the committee to help us find an additional 458,000 to meet our vision. We hope the council can assist us with connecting with other agencies to fill this gap. What that looks like in terms of the allocation for dollars, what we're trying to do is protect the base. 714,000 will ensure all 17 villages receive a baseline of 42,000. When we're talking about equity and expansion, 150,000, managing a village in development in Ward 4, an expansion project in 5, and a new proposed planned village in Ward 8. When we talk about the equity and infrastructure, that's 636,000. We're talking about an initiative of 170,000 to provide 10,000 per village to dismantle barriers to entry for low-income seniors into villages. Our ambassador program is about 90,000. It will help with the outreach to 16 faith-based and civic association partners. Our help desk operation, which is about 60K, will support 4 hubs for navigating in low-income housing. Then we're also talking about network infrastructure, which is about 316,000, which is administrative contractors and technical oversight for our collective. How that aligns with data with the state plan, combating our villages help combat isolation. 53% of villages' activities address social isolation. Last year, volunteers conducted 9,562 friendly visits. 95% of members reported feeling more socially connected. We hosted about 379 support group meetings as well. Independent and living in support. We provided 30,886 direct services, including 9,333 one-way rides, 1,933 deliverable food items, and 1,302 assistance of technical support. When we look at our equity in action, we reach beyond membership. 64% of event attendees were non-members who provided 191,000 in subsidies to ensure income is never a barrier to support. Chairperson Bonds, as I'm sitting here today, I'm asking the committee to help us bridge the current funding gap and secure our 1.5 million projected budget for FY 2027. That will ensure the progress made for seniors citywide is maintained and expanded. DAC was the gold standard for government nonprofit collaboration. Let's keep this momentum going and continue showing the country that DC is the best place in the world to grow older. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a copy of your testimony now. So
Okay.
when you began, I didn't have it and I was trying to, I write 2-point, okay, font size. So I was trying to scribble all of that. Thank you very much. We'll take a look at this 1.5 mil ask. I don't know if it is possible, but I do know something is possible. So
Thank you.
I'm going to use that approach. And to you also, Mr. Homley, just so you know where we're trying to go. Okay.
Well, we appreciate that. And also I just wanted to add that I tried to prepare the testimony as over the 10 years presenting in front of you with all of the questions. So hopefully you have the answers that you need.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. You were kind enough to break it down into what is the specific service that we get for this amount of money, and that's what we always need.
Yes, and you also should have a copy of our ward-based results in terms of our annual report. I sent that to you with that as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
A month, about 6 weeks ago. Yes, thank you. All right, so that's what I looked at then is incorporated in what you presented today.
Yes, but it also has ward-based specific data as well.
Yes, it does. Yes, thank you. All right, now we'll hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Frank Finnemore, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cleveland Woodley Park Village. I also live in Ward 3 and am a proud fourth-generation Washingtonian. I have the privilege of seeing firsthand how support from the district impacts our older adults. In FY26, thanks to the council, the village's budget was increased to allow for stable funding for the existing 13 villages, as well as funding to increase villages in underserved areas. The DC Villages Collaborative is making great progress with its incubator program, and I understand that there are 3 additional villages that are starting. Our goal is to have every older adult live in an area where they can be a part of a village as an option. I'm really passionate about expanding DC Villages in DC because I see how we help older Washingtonians. Let me quickly tell you about 3 older adults for whom my village is a literal lifeline. I've changed their names, obviously, but these are actual people living in Ward 3, the ward, as you know, with the highest number of adults over the age of 60. Betty is 95 and lives independently. She does very well and uses a walker, but cannot venture outside of her apartment building. Each week, a volunteer picks up her list of items needed and later delivers groceries and prescriptions and helps her put them away. They have a nice chat, and it's a bit of an opportunity to socialize. When Betty's refrigerator failed, we were there to help empty the contents and made sure she had something to eat while the refrigerator was being replaced by her building. When the building's windows were drafty and taped shut in the coldest of winter days this year, we helped her navigate working with the Department of Buildings to get things squared away. Betty relies on us and, in fact, calls our village office every single day, at least once or twice. We're, in essence, her lifeline for essentials, but also her connection and social support network. Eleanor was living alone with no family in this country. Unfortunately, she fell and was hospitalized and then sent to a rehab facility. Our case manager worked with her power of attorney and found an appropriate long-term living solution for Eleanor since she could no longer live independently. While we value independent living, it's not always possible. In this case, we were the bridge that helped her to a living situation that met her current needs. Donald also lives alone in a small studio apartment along Connecticut Avenue. He lives on Social Security, but it's not enough these days. Through generous donors, we're able to completely waive his membership fees, as we do for 30% of our members receiving service. And we also cover any costs that he might need in order to participate in any of our events for which we generally charge, where there's a general charge. For example, when Donald wants to go to our monthly lunch at a local restaurant where individuals generally pay their own check, we provide him money in advance for Donald so that he can attend and pay his own bill, just like everyone else does. We really work hard to protect his dignity. No one knows that we're paying for his lunch. A volunteer drives him there, drives him home, and it's a wonderful monthly outing that brings him a lot of joy. These are just 3 examples of people that we serve, but in fact, we now have 250 members whom we serve. We also offer free programs to anyone in the community, such as a monthly speaker series at the library, concerts in area parks, and free Sunday suppers catered by local restaurants that we pay to help, and it's served at a local faith community hall. Through these community programs, we serve another 1,000 older adults who come out and enjoy an activity that lessens their isolation and loneliness that many of them feel as they age. I continue to be excited about what villages mean to and do for older Washingtonians. We provide social activities and practical support to those who need it to live independently. But our support is not transactional, but rather it's neighborly. While our offices have hours, our volunteers support their older neighbors every day, sometimes very early in the morning and sometimes late into the evening. Our support isn't dependent on the weather, government shutdowns, or even holidays. When our volunteers provide transportation, they go into the person's home to help them get out of their home safely and into the car, and then they help them into the medical office or wherever they're going. It's not just curb to curb, because many older adults need more assistance than that. That's why villages are there. All of these things are made possible in part due to the funding that we receive from the city through the Department of Aging and Community Living. In my village's case, we leverage that funding to provide as many programs and services as possible to the greatest number of older adults. Funding from DACL for us is a little more than 10% of our overall budget. So we're pretty adept at partnering city funds with other sources to deliver nearly 1,700 services, including transportation, which makes up about 85% of all of our services provided. We make more than 700 visits and calls and attract over 4,300 participants to 381 programs annually. I'm grateful that DACL has provided funding to DC Villages since 2016, and I'm thankful that our partnership will continue. I also hope that funding for villages will increase beyond the mayor's proposed budget. As appreciative as I am that the villages received all of the funding except for the one-time funding of last year, we now thankfully have 3 more villages to disseminate the same amount of funding to. I urge the council to find other sources of revenue if possible to augment our budget so that each of the 17 villages might continue to support those like Betty, Eleanor, and Donald that live in our buildings, up the street, and down the block. Our older neighbors need to be assured that the neighborhood organization that they love and rely on is also valued and supported by the city they call home. Finally, as a member of the Wards 2 and 3 Senior Wellness Task Force, I urge the council to find a way to make these wellness centers a reality. At the very least, the capital budget should be amended to include such a center in Ward 3. Budgets reflect our values. Older adults have previously given so much of their lives to this city that they call home. Shouldn't we show them in our budget that they are a priority? I appreciate your concern for and service to our seniors all these years, Chairperson, and I only hope that you're able to address these issues in your last budget cycle before leaving the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I especially enjoyed knowing that you have this Sunday supper once a month and that you include all who might want to participate in that. I think that really helps with the isolation and, it's almost like, well, every month we have a party, and that can really help people to continue to be a vital part of a community. So thank you for that. What are your costs for doing that? Do you have that kind of, I know it's
Absolutely. I know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's $20 a person, and we pay that always to a local restaurant within our service area. And they really appreciate that we pay them, and they give us a little bit of a discount there. But it really forms a strong bond between the for-profit restaurants that we want to stay in our area. We want them to continue, and the community. And in some cases, our participants have never been able to go to those restaurants. Some are very, very expensive, and we work with them to give us the right pricing. But it gives the people an opportunity to experience them. We also always have menus of the restaurants that we use to cater, and we ask people to, if they are going to then support those restaurants, to let them know that they learned about them from the village. So it's been a great model. We won an award for it from the local Washington area Village Exchange. So we're really proud of it. And they reproduced it in Baltimore and made it even better, perhaps, or at least it worked better for them.
Yeah.
And so we're really happy about that.
Yeah, I really enjoy hearing about that. A few years ago, I tried to introduce the idea of at least a meal a month would be at a restaurant. And so I've gotten a lot of traction from the restaurant community. The association is more than willing to do it. And apparently I have to find a way to pay for it. And maybe we could do it as a discount where it really would cost, $5 and we come up with, the $15. So I was very curious as to what the cost might really be. So I thank you for that information. Other sources of funding. Yeah, I think it is time to look there. And there may be some places that we can go. And I've been wondering whether or not in some of the government budgets, the agencies' budgets, if there isn't a way to also look around. So if you have some ideas, let me know, please.
Certainly.
I think that would make a difference. So thank you. Thank you very much. And so now we'll turn to, I believe, we'll turn to Ms. Foote, and then we'll go to Ms. Morris, who is on virtual. Ms. Foote?
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Heather Foote. I'm a Ward 1 resident, work on senior transportation for the past 10 years, and since 2017 served on the Pedestrian Advisory Council, most of those years thanks to the appointment by you. A primary reason for my testimony this morning is to thank and pay tribute to you for your outstanding leadership on older adult issues. I will dispense with going on and on about this in my written testimony. I will say that it is to be hoped that some other council members will step in to fill your enormous shoes in leadership once you retire, and I'll have more to say about that later in my testimony. Two of your staff, I've also mentioned in my testimony, John Fanning and Andrew Martell, who've just provided wonderful service, and also Michael Greer, who was here a short time ago, earlier on. Senior Med Express. This program is free to DC seniors who meet the criteria, completed DACL application, including a medical approval, and would benefit from taxi rides to medical appointments. My senior transportation options workshops, which I do primarily across the river and with Spanish-speaking seniors, like the one I did just last week at the Ward 7 Kenilworth DP Senior Program, are still another reminder that there needs to be continued outreach about this well-established program. There were 3 seniors at the lunch who didn't know about the program. And so DACL's important work in paper handouts needs to continue and be expanded. The connector card. This is a key thing I want to focus on in this testimony. This program provides a Visa debit card for use with a variety of ground transportation services. Its graduated financial support structure provides greater subsidies for older adults with lower incomes. Seniors with the very lowest incomes can benefit from funds deposited onto their cards without being required to make a contribution themselves. To my mind, in the Connector Card program, a next step is for council members, led by you, later this week to ask of DACL how many seniors are currently enrolled in the program, how many new enrollees can be accommodated in the remainder of FY26, and with the mayor's proposed allocations for this line item, how many new enrollees roughly can be expected to be enrolled in FY27. Without this data, the mayor's FY27 projection for this budget line has much less meaning. Also, I strongly encourage DACL to explore the possible need to limit this card to lower income seniors if the DC budget forecasts for upcoming years play out as predicted. This such a step would need to be accompanied by outreach specific to this program, since it is definitely less well known and understood by some older adults, especially in underserved areas, and in particular by Spanish-speaking older adults. I know because I've done trainings at both of Vida Senior Center's sites. And there was frustration. There's been a waiting list for a very long time. I understand that the waiting list has been eliminated now, but there's accumulated frustration about whether it's worth it to try to even apply. And so they've got to overcome some mental hurdles of people who really deserve to be in this program and yet are not enrolled. I want to mention DACL support for the DC Commission on Aging. DACL provides staff support to the commission through the excellent work of Estefani Legge. DACL arranges excellent speakers, including most recently the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, a wonderful presentation, and earlier the Office on Planning on census figures for the growing adult population and breakdown by ward. Although he still attends meetings, the commission has lost its stellar director, whom you know very well, Mr. Gulford Bobo, a Ward 8 resident seen across the city in senior events over the years. And several commission members whose work I especially admired are no longer alive to make their contributions. Here, I especially want to flag the late commissioners Barbara Hare, Ward 8, and still greatly missed by me, Mary Taylor from Ward 7, and Carolyn Matthews from Ward 1. These were talented, dedicated, and feisty women devoted to senior issues in this city. I also want to quickly address funding to enable older adults to thrive in this and upcoming years. Given disparate DC public voices who speak up for different age groups across the city, as we're currently hearing in election campaigns, very little mention of older adults and seniors that I've heard so far. Members of this committee and beyond, other committees in the council need to do a serious dive into demographics, review projections for the next 5 to 10 years, and adjust financial planning accordingly. You've mentioned that this is a growing dynamic. I would encourage you to address the Office of Planning. A wonderful woman did a very good presentation to the Commission on Aging about 1.5 years ago on just this issue. I also would not want to leave without mentioning lead agency village and other activity supportive of seniors. It's always a danger to raise specific names, but I'm going to do so. I want to call out the vital work of Iona Senior Services, and I've mentioned Vida Senior Services, very important. Model Cities Director Stacy Mack hosted a Federal Department of Aging and Community Living visitor to help this federal agency, ACL, understand firsthand about the work of the district's wellness centers. The Ward 4 Senior Wellness Center engaged DDOT in dialogue on proposed road reconfiguration along Kennedy Street Northwest. The Ward 8 Center, under the seasoned leadership of Kathy Pointer, continues to expand its voice and visibility. Also continuing to serve in high service mode, as we hear in this panel and elsewhere, are DC's 13 critically important villages, along with new efforts under Dr. Polk and the DC Villages Collaborative. I do think, and something that's worth exploring more, is my impression, and I'm not an expert, I don't have the data, but my impression from doing many senior transportation options across the city is that the DPR programs, the senior wellnesses, and the villages do serve somewhat different constituencies with somewhat different needs and support mechanisms. And I think that's something it's tricky to look into. And I'm going to conclude with older adult pedestrian safety. As the numbers of scooters, e-bikes, and now cargo bikes expand, even though they're carrying little kids, they're wonderful, but not to speak of food delivery motorcycles, the issue of pedestrian safety deserves great attention from DACL, the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and especially DDOT. And here I want to add a parenthesis. It's not in my testimony. I just testified largely in support of Jonathan Rogers, Department of For-Hire Vehicles director. He is very active in disability services, including for older adults. And he have in their annual report, their most recent one, he has a section on seniors. And that's very much what you asked for years ago, which is that Age-Friendly DC calls on all departments to consider themselves to be serving older adults. Back on pedestrian safety, the matter of older adult pedestrian safety goes far beyond sidewalk repair. Let's think about our recent snowstorm, for which progress is definitely being made on sidewalks, if not at the pace many would wish. I close with more appreciation for the voice and role of you, and you deserve 5 stars and more for your dedication to all facets of older adult life in our city. Thank you profoundly.
And thank you very much. Thank you to the entire panel. And I think we have Ms. Morris. We're going to hear from her, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about transportation, which I'm very concerned about. Ms. Morris, you're on.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds. I have been in here since this morning, and it has been very informative all day. I feel like I've been hanging out with you since this morning. So thank you for your time. And also for any other members of the committee. My name, as she said, is Maya Morris, and I'm the Director of Resident Services here at Jubilee Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to be talking to you today in order to be able to chime in around the matter of the budget for fiscal year 2027 and how those decisions will affect the way in which we as housing providers can provide essential services to the residents that we serve. Affordable housing providers play a critical mission-driven role in serving some of the district's most vulnerable residents. Beyond housing, many of these providers deliver resident services that help older adults age in place, avoid premature institutionalization, and stay connected to essential community-based supports. So I'd like to offer that these services are not optional services. They're a key part of maintaining stability for residents and reducing long-term costs to the district by preventing unnecessary long-term care placements. So we respectfully asked that the committee might consider supporting these important community partners by providing dedicated funding for service delivery within housing. Such support would allow providers to more effectively connect residents to health, financial, social, and community-based resources that are essential to their well-being. Resident services currently fill a critical gap in the district's service delivery system. However, affordable housing providers, particularly nonprofit organizations like Jubilee Housing, are facing increasing financial pressures. Many are managing aging buildings that require significant capital investment, while also navigating rising operating costs and challenges related to rent collection. As a result, providers are being forced to make difficult choices between maintaining safe, quality, and dignified housing and whether to continue offering supportive resident services. In some cases, organizations in the district and the local surrounding area have already had to scale back or eliminate these services entirely. Without targeted support, the sustainability of resident services is at risk, placing vulnerable residents at greater risk of isolation, health decline, and housing instability. As a result, investing in resident services, Investing in resident services is not only a support for providers, it is a cost-effective strategy for the district that promotes aging in place, strengthening communities, and reduces strain on more expensive public systems. We urge the committee to recognize and invest in this essential component of affordable housing. At last year's budget hearing, I was able to present about our efforts for fall risk prevention as an example. In 2025, we conducted 101 fall risk screenings among our senior residents and found that 59 of those individuals were at high risk for falls. These are residents who, without intervention, face a significantly increased likelihood of injury, hospitalization, and potentially premature entry into long-term care. However, due to limited funding and backlog within the Safe at Home program, many of these urgent needs could not be addressed in a timely manner. In response, Jubilee Housing had to secure private funding to provide basic but critical supports, such as toilet and shower chairs, to help reduce fall risk for these high-risk residents. While we are grateful for private support, this raises a larger concern. What happens when nonprofit housing providers no longer have the resources to fill these gaps? Our resident services teams are often the front line, conducting monthly wellness checks, identifying risk early, and intervening before a crisis occurs. But without sustainable funding, the depth and consistency of these services to our 188 senior households is at risk. If providers like Jubilee Housing are forced to scale back, vulnerable seniors may go without these preventative supports, leading to more falls, increased hospitalizations, and greater reliance on costly long-term care systems. As housing is one of the most effective places to consistently reach seniors, we're already in the building and providing the precautionary and essential services. However, currently there isn't funding aligned with that model of care to fill these gaps. We urge the committee to consider increased and more flexible funding for programs like Safe at Home, as well as direct support for resident services to ensure that aging residents can remain safely and independently in their homes. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I certainly welcome any questions or follow-up that you would like if needed.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Morris. Can you help me understand when you say what happens when nonprofit is forced to scale back because the government funding that they receive is not aligned with the needs? And you are, I think, giving us an example of persons who live in sort of protected housing. Can you help me understand what we are talking about? Are we speaking of funding, senior funding, or housing funding?
So thank you for the question. In this case, services is part of the mission of the organization, that in addition to housing, Jubilee Housing invests in being able to provide essential services to the residents that live here for the purposes of things like housing stability is one major one, financial efforts, health services, and things like that. And so right now, there is no funding that is covering resident services. That is being done out of the mission of Jubilee Housing and feeling like it's essential to provide this level of support. And so when you what we're seeing is that there is no investment of resident services, but resident services is a common social services arm, if you will, of affordable housing providers. And Jubilee Housing has been in providing these services in Ward 1 specifically for more than 52 years. And so as the population of those that are seniors are growing, we went from 167 to 188 within a year. So we see that even those are continue to age into our services. Those are services that include service coordinators that are assigned to the buildings to provide services to the residents of those buildings. Those service coordinators do wellness checks on our residents monthly. We're going to also, due to a new initiative, going to be adding our screenings around dementia screenings and things like that. So when we're looking at the added services that we bring and there's no funding for that, when affordable housing providers suffer on their end because of the challenges to manage affordable housing, what you wind up finding is that the supplemental services are the things that become on the bubble of nice to have versus must have. And when there's no other, this investment in resident services across the district who we really are gap fillers to connect to these other services. So we do have Capital Area Food Bank that comes and provides monthly food boxes. We are the distribution center for that at Resident Services. We do have weekly meals that we do say through DC Central Kitchen, but we distribute the food. So when you see that, we're really working together with other organizations, and I could list many other DC-based organizations that we work with to help partner with to make sure that we're getting these essential services and bringing them to the residents so we can meet them where they're at. The interesting part is there's never been any identified support to maintain resident services amongst affordable housing in the district. And so when you see a non-profit-based provider like Jubilee Housing, I'm just bringing to attention that I have, and my counterparts across the city have had to make tough choices when they're mission-based, want to serve residents that live within their housing, want to connect them to these other DC providers that have been testifying all day, many of which we also have worked with. They're not able to do so when it has to be sustained by the affordable housing provider. And so that's the support that I'm trying to highlight here, that maybe the DC, in this instance, maybe is not aware of this essential service that we provide as part of an organization where we're really bringing in supports. So, Legal Counsel for the Elderly has a presentation at our a location on Wednesday. So we work together with these organizations to bring them together with our residents, but we do essential aging in place services here. And though that distribution led to us getting a donation of 50 shower chairs and 50 toilet chairs and 10 Life Alert for the highest, most critical that reached the top number of high risk. So we're really trying to stand in the gaps. And I think it was important as the service director of resident services to highlight that maybe the community is not aware of how resident services really sits in the gap. But it's not something that I've ever seen there being any sort of conversation about supporting the services arms that are built into affordable housing, but has no distinct funding for it. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, it does. And it also causes me to want to ask additional questions. So maybe,
you are allowed to ask whatever you want.
Maybe I will follow up with you.
Sure.
I think what I'm hearing is that you used an example earlier. You said that Central Kitchen provides the food for your residents, but then you have to do the delivery to the different residents, and that's one of your essential services. Am I correct?
So that's one example. So like our Capital Area Food Bank is a monthly, and we distribute that monthly. So we do partner with lots of providers to deal with like food insecurity, so that's one where we put a lot of effort into making sure we're matching individuals to the food resources.
Right. And so you're saying that the system that is currently in place to assist seniors across the city doesn't include an organization like yours that takes the assistance that you get like the commodity and then is responsible for distribution to the clients.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. You need to provide me with some sense of what is that cost. Not that I may be able to come up with a solution, but I'm willing to look at it and see, because I agree, we are a big network across the city, and we have to think about how do we use the dollars that we do have? How do we match the services that we do have? Because I'll be very honest, I've been in meetings with seniors, and they have said rather candidly, on Tuesday, I get this commodity. On Thursday, I get this commodity. And then they come back on Friday. I have to call my cousins in the county to come and get some of this food because I can't use it all at once. That's just an example that I remember. But my point is that I think we're kind of doubling up in some parts of the city and not getting to other parts. And so when I say I'm looking at senior services, I'm trying to look at it citywide, and where we have gaps, let's fill them. And where we have overlay, let's kind of like move it to an area where they don't have services, if at all possible. Of course, that's being very socialistic, but it is about making sure that we can satisfy our need. And that's kind of where I think our government and our city is. We want to satisfy the needs first, and then we get to, the embellishments. But let's satisfy our needs, and I think there's so many organizations that are trying to do that, and there might be a little overlapping, and there be gaps as well. So I wanted to just see if I could get more from you
Yeah.
about some of those. And
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
mean, I was going to say, I can certainly offer just an example also of when we're able to see the condition that the residents are in and whether they have distinct needs that could need higher levels of care around referrals, those intentions are to keep them in community as long as possible. So we may bring in adult protective services, or we may make referrals for case management for other organizations, but we are the referring source because we are amongst where the residents live. And so that's just kind of an example, but I'm happy to provide you any insight into how our structure is built and what we offer. And certainly, we really believe it's important for it to continue to exist and persist.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, Ms. Foote, I wanted to ask you about the transportation. Are you get around and you represent many voices on the various committees that you are part of. And where do you see, or are you sensing some gaps somewhere?
What I hear, whether it's the DC Commission on Aging retreat or testimonies going back over the years, is that transportation is one of the top concerns of older adults. We do have some good programs in the city. So one issue is to ensure that the word goes out about those programs that are functioning and are funded properly. I'll say it's not easy because the program characteristics have been changing a bit over the years, or often more than a bit. And so, and we're not going to have a one call, one click system where you can find out. So there's an element of retail information, retail politics, which is what I do when I go out. I commend DACL for its paper handouts. I think the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, which runs the very important Transport DC program that serves many seniors with disability concerns, they have followed suit. Their director has gone to major senior programs, most recently the Mayor's Senior Holiday Party. And so part of it is going back to what you've said years ago for Age Friendly, all of the agencies need to own senior issues, including transportation. And that includes DDOT, even though it no longer runs the circulator. Many seniors believe that DDOT provides, senior transportation services. And so there needs to be intra-agency communication on this. Funding for the connector card is essential because this is the only program that is gradated by income. There are some barriers that need to be overcome, but cutting this program at this point is very unwise. I think as you're looking at a new wellness center in Ward 3, it's important to explore how seniors are going to get to the program and which seniors are going to get there. Ward 3 definitely has senior poverty. It's not just the numbers of older adults in a ward, it's what their capacity and what their alternatives are. That's a big issue in differences among the different wards. And so looking at something as important as a senior wellness center in Ward 3 can't be taken in isolation from other issues. And one of those issues is, are the lower income Ward 3 seniors aware of the connector card? Do they know how it works? And is there going to be money if they try to use the connector card to get to a wellness center in Ward 3? It's not so straightforward, but and you've talked about seeking among the committees, trying to find the pockets of money that exist. But there's been talk about a lot of money in this hearing, a lot of funding that's needed. And so I don't envy you the balancing act. It is essential, though, that your leadership is followed by greater involvement by other committee chairs and committee members. That's what I said about the disparate voices that one hears in this time of elections. I might be not hearing well, but I don't hear lots of voices picked up by the media about the kinds of issues that I've heard in the hearing today. And it's important that elected officials are listening to, heeding, and searching out the voices of a wide range of constituents. Sorry, that was a little bit long-winded.
Long-winded, but much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you about this. In total, I was wondering if I was going to hear anything about scooters and e-bikes and other bikes on the sidewalk. I mean, almost everywhere I go, I hear that still.
I've talked to Director Kirschbaum about this. This is an issue of good policy goals conflicting with one another and the conflict not being resolved. We need young people to come to the city for economic vitality. We need fewer cars, but we also need pedestrian safety. And safety is not just sidewalk repair, that's a part of it. It's the crosswalks, and that the other council members embrace that different age demographics get around in different ways. Not everybody's going to be able to ride a bike. And so I would like to see a lot more paper handouts, for example, from DDOT about walking, about the health of walking. Well, that's more Department of Health. And what are the barriers that seniors are facing when they're trying to get someplace, by foot or get to the bus stop? It's a mixture of issues where I see disproportionate amounts of literature and e-communication going out to serve one population, and that's important. But it can't be at the cost of the safety and mobility of other people in the city.
Thank you very much. We are a community of sort of all ages. You're right. And I see bike lanes on both sides of the street, and maybe I'm not seeing enough, but I might see one bike. That concerns me, that we have a plethora of lanes, but we just don't have the bikers.
Well,
I see it all.
support the bike lanes. I think it's a package of different issues.
It is. Oh, it is. It is. And I find zillions of scooters downtown. You don't have many in community, but I actually see more scooters than I see bikers now, which is very interesting. And I say that in honesty because my son is one who does 90 miles on the weekend on his bike. Okay, so son, I've done that, put it out there. So I'm, so I have to love bikes, right? So that isn't the issue. The issue is where are they located and where is there this need? And I'm not sure that a bike lane is encouraging bikers to go and keep it in, the communities, but we'll see. We'll see. But I know the scooters are downtown. I mean, I can look out of my window and it's just masses of scooters. And also masses of people walking because we have so many tourists. Soon as our weather so-called breaks, we're inundated, which is a question about where do they eat if they're down here. As our restaurants, are not as plentiful as they once were. So we're kind of up against it. But I wanted to just check on transportation for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you to this panel. Thank you very much. And thanks for letting me chat with you as keeping you here for a minute. Thank you. Oh, okay. We do have, all right, we have another panel. We have Jocelyn Johnson, who is online, and we have Shanetti Hubbard, the president and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. I think I see Justin Palmer. So Justin Palmer is here from the Hospital Association. So we will finally get to bring up the issue of health, and health services. David. Okay, and we also have Hillary Tasker. All right, we will start with Ms. Johnson. Thank you for your patience. We're ready to take your testimony, and then we'll go to President Hubbard.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you
go
hear
right
me?
ahead?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm Jocelyn Johnson, and I'm a Ward 4 resident, former chair of the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging, blah, 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 all over the place, and a member of the DC Safe Streets Coalition. I was having problems getting on your site. I'm supposed to be testifying with you as well as Chairperson Allen today, but his site doesn't even work as good as yours. So thank you for letting me come on yours. Since I testified to you about most of my issues when was it, February, I wanted to come today to speak about those issues, but to just add the money part to what I testified about, the safety, and to actually deal with what you just asked the previous guest about the e-bikes, bikes, and all of that. As you know, I spoke last time talking about how dangerous we had it during the snow blizzard in January, February. And we had problems because bikers were allowed to, or are allowed to, ride on the sidewalks rather, and the sidewalks weren't totally cleared off. And they're able to do that unfettered, no problems, no guardrails, no nothing. And they do that at the risk and the danger of our handicapped, disabled population, as well as our seniors. I think some money needs to be dedicated to putting some real honest, for real laws and enforceable regulations on the books through the budget process, because this has to stop. This is not safe. And to just talk about how much we care about seniors and our disabled population and do nothing about it as far as putting something tangible on the books that can in fact be enforced is just nothing but lip service and foolishness. So I think I wanted to come to talk to you and put it on the record, and I will, submit my my testimony in writing. But I think we have to do just that, and in order to make all of the bikes enforceable and regulated, they're going to have tags, they're going to have insurance, they have to have everything that a regular car and all of the other vehicles that use DC streets and now DC sidewalks use. They have to have some kind of way to be held accountable when they do the reckless things that they do. I agree with you that you see these bike lanes and nobody's in them because the bikers are all in the streets. They go from one lane to the other, to the sidewalk, and they're all over the place and nobody stops them. Store owners can't regulate the sidewalk as well as their shops. So they just have a free hand. And I don't really think the answer is going to DDOT unless you're giving them something to enforce, because the buck stops with the council. The council writes the regulations, and that needs to be done. So rather than to go and try to rehash all of that, I wanted to make sure that you had at least some, some official requests to say that we need tags, we need regulations, we need insurance, we need all of the above. But anything that has wheels that uses a DC street and a DC sidewalk must have something to stop them. So when the police can't get them, at least the cameras will. And just like a car, we don't have the ability to jump up on the sidewalk when we drive in a car. We don't like the traffic or whatever. We can't jump up on the sidewalk, but they do both and all of the above. So I think you get my point. Thank you for allowing me to talk. And of course, I'm available to answer any of your questions. Thank you, Council
Thank
Member.
you very, very much for your testimony, Ms. Johnson. And you're correct. You have mentioned previously your concerns about how the I'll say automated vehicular traffic moves from sidewalk to street, and it is a little nerve-wracking. So thank you very much for putting it on.
And it's so dangerous. It's just dangerous. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Now we'll hear from President Hubbard from our Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Bonds. Good afternoon, members of the committee and staff. My name is Chinyette Hubbard, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. I also serve as a member of the board of the Workforce Investment Council, where I work alongside dedicated leaders committed to strengthening our workforce system. And I'm pleased to testify today on behalf of the 1,000 members of the DC Chamber, businesses, large and small, and from all 8 wards of the city, on the proposed FY27 budget for the Workforce Investment Council. However, before turning to the Workforce Investment Council, I would like to raise the broader fiscal conditions shaping this budget proposal. The challenges we face are not cyclical or short-term. They are structural conditions with lasting implications for the district's financial position. And in recent years, the district has balanced its budget by drawing down fund balance and enacting tax increases to support new spending. Repeating this approach will only reinforce the downward pressures the district faces. The path forward is to make DC a city that works by strengthening core systems, removing barriers to housing and economic activity, and delivering services reliably, which brings me to my comments on the Workforce Investment Council. Every day, I speak with businesses from around and across our city that want to hire DC residents, invest in talent, and contribute to a strong and competitive local economy. A well-resourced Workforce Investment Council is essential to that mission. The WIC is the connective tissue of our workforce ecosystem, the place where data, strategy, and accountability come together. When the WIC is strong, the system feels coordinated. When it is under-resourced, the system becomes fragmented. Employers feel that difference immediately, and so do residents. Building on our shared commitment to a thriving district economy, the Chamber recently hosted the Future Ready Forum, our new annual flagship event that brought together businesses, university presidents, government agencies, education and training providers, workforce, intermediaries, and residents from across the district to collectively imagine the future of work in Washington, D.C. The energy in the room was extraordinary. We were honored to have you, Chair Bonds, open the program with such uplifting greetings, setting a powerful tone for the day. We were equally delighted that the Executive Director, Drew Hubbard, no relation, the incredible Director of the Workforce Investment Council, served as a strategic partner in shaping the forum and the moderator of our second panel, Bridging the Talent Gap, Building Stronger Pathways to District Careers, which emerged as one of the event's standout conversations. Together, this collaboration reflects what we believe is the winning formula for the creation of a sustainable DC workforce pipeline: legislative emphasis, governmental action, private sector consultation, and amplification. Over the past year, I've heard from businesses eager to expand, but struggling to find candidates with the right skills. I've heard from training providers and who were honored sorry, I lost my train of thought here. We've heard from training providers who want to align their programs more closely with industry through labor market signals. And I've heard from residents trying to navigate programs, but require a clear sense of which ones that lead to jobs. The WIC's ability to produce high-quality labor market intelligence is the foundation for every hiring pipeline in this city. Employers need to know where the gaps are. Training providers need to know what skills to teach. Residents need to know which pathways lead to opportunity. Without strong data, we are asking everyone to operate in a vacuum. The WIC's ability to coordinate a complex system is equally essential. Workforce development in DC spans multiple agencies, dozens of providers, and countless employer partners. Coordination is important to ensure residents don't get lost in the system and are able to identify a clear path to a career. That level of coordination requires stable staffing and predictable funding. Lastly, the WIC's ability to evaluate what works is how we ensure public dollars are spent responsibly. Employers tell us that they value programs that lead to industry-recognized credentials, job placements, and long-term retention. A strong WIC can identify those programs, scale them, and ensure that investments follow results. The Chamber recognizes the fiscal pressures facing the district, but we also know that a strong workforce pipeline is one of the most powerful economic development tools we have. If we want a competitive, inclusive, future-ready economy, then the WIC must have the resources to lead with clarity, strategy, and accountability. The Chamber is already a key partner of the Workforce Investment Council, and we continue to stand ready. Chairwoman Bonds, we look forward to working with you to ensure the Workforce Investment Council has the capacity to support DC residents and the employers committed to hiring them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, President Hubbard. I think it's so important to have your comments on behalf of the Chamber. You mentioned the 1,000 and growing membership, because that is how we're going to provide opportunities for DC residents in the job market. And having the WIC to prepare the community for jobs that really exist is number one on the scale. And that's the goal of the WIC, to make sure that we know what we are as a community to train for, because so that everyone will have an opportunity for a future. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes. I won't hold you and ask you numbers because, or would you like to talk about that? Is there an estimate in looking at the jobs that are planned to come online in the next 5 years? Are we able to project what kind of training or workforce costs that might be to the community? Because we're going to have to spend resources in order to train individuals to take these jobs.
Mhm. And we don't have an exact figure yet, but it's something that our team can look into. We really want to make sure that success is measured by indicators that employers can actually use to make hiring decisions, quality of labor market intelligence that the WIC produces, and how widely it's used by those training providers. So those are definitely numbers that and figures that we need to look more closely internally, and then we can get back to you with that figure.
Yes,
What that
I would
estimate
appreciate
be.
you taking a look at that because, you know, every year we talk workforce
Yes.
training, jobs, and we need to, I think, begin to look at the costs. Today, I've heard from the senior community about senior services, and they point out that senior services are about 1/5 of, or I guess I think it was 3/10 of the total budget that we spend as it relates to that important community that we all are going to join if we're lucky. In other words, we're all getting older. And so just trying to understand what it really costs and how government dollars need to be spent in order to support the community is very, very important.
Absolutely, yes. And we do recognize every dollar cut from WIC coordination can really cost far more in duplicated services or misaligned training programs. So your point is well taken on finding out those exact numbers and estimates. So I will get back to you on that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have all right. Okay, we have Hillary Katzer. We have you online.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, committee chairperson at large, Councilmember Anita Bonds, committee council members and committee staff. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony to you about the Department of Aging and Community Living, including Adult Protective Services. I'm Hillary Katzer, a DC resident, product of DC Public Schools and longtime district advocate. Councilmember Bonds, I join with all the other witnesses in thanking you and congratulating you on your wonderful years of service. It's an honor to come testify before you at this, your last Department of Aging and Community Living budget oversight hearing. Your committee staff have been very helpful, especially Elspeth Callahan and Andrew Martell, also over the years, John Fanning, also Tamika Fennell, and in the past, Stacy Lincoln. And you yourself have been very responsive about the egregious unmet need and severe service gap for district residents living with the condition, which has been diagnosed clinically for well over a decade now as hoarding disorder, or HD. You have generously shared your experience with a friend who had HD. Your sad experience is only too common. We just don't talk about it. And we need to shine light into the clutter closet in order to stop the shame, stigma, and judgment that deter help. Many people in the district with untreated hoarding disorder, including children being cared for by people with this unaddressed behavioral health diagnosis, need DC to focus on early intervention and harm reduction. You inspired hope for the future at a previous hearing when you said, let's see what we can get done in this city, checking into this condition as it may more widely exist. I don't know who I have the FOIA to give you dollars and cents, but it is costing DC taxpayers when we have older people who have gone with no HD services for decades and whose dwellings have therefore been allowed to reach a crisis emergency triage state considered by an outside evaluator unlikely trained in behavioral health to have become a danger to that individual and or to others. These older DC residents we place under guardianship, rehousing these individuals not through their own choice into nursing homes only because the person's health condition, hoarding disorder, got so bad because there was no early intervention available to people living in DC. Region-wide, multiple examples exist of other jurisdictions addressing this. We need interagency coordination to save DC tax dollars. DACL, FEMS, and DBH should take the lead. There is a pilot program that would cost $10,000 and it would be a cost saving. I have no personal investment in what gets done, only that DC must do something. But we have a DC therapist who specializes in hoarding disorder, Liza Chupkovsky. DC Care Collaborative provides hoarding assistance. She's not taking new HD patients, but she has this $10,000 pilot program she could run. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Founded to address critical gaps in care in our community, DC Care Collaborative helps prevent crises that can lead to premature institutionalization. They focus on hoarding disorder, an often under-recognized issue that can threaten health, safety, and housing stability. They provide compassionate, non-judgmental interventions that help clients safely improve living conditions, preserve dignity and autonomy, strengthen stability, reduce risk, and improve overall quality of life. If allocated $10,000, DC Care Collaborative could expand access to critical decluttering and hoarding intervention services for low-income seniors at risk of eviction, particularly those who are underserved, homebound, or experiencing barriers to traditional care. Such a pilot program would serve approximately 3 individuals facing urgent housing instability, including those who have received cure or quit notices. Funding would support hands-on decluttering services provided by a trained organizer, $60 an hour, typically 30 to 50 hours per month per client, as well as psychotherapy services, $85 per session to address the trauma, anxiety, and behavioral health challenges associated with hoarding and housing insecurity. With a per-person cost ranging from $1,000 to $3,000, this funding would provide immediate, high-impact intervention to stabilize living conditions, prevent eviction, and preserve housing for vulnerable seniors. Right now, there's no behavioral health intervention. DBH refers people to adult protective services who are not providers of behavioral health care, and it's Medicaid dollars, our precious DC Medicaid dollars, wasted on with these healthcare equity disparities. Thank you very much for your ongoing interest in the challenge of HD and for your support for those DC residents living with HD in need of better support. Your questions are most welcome, and it would be a pleasure and honor to discuss this further with you, Councilmember Bonds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to discuss it further with you. We can't do it here today because I need to understand what kind of services we already have. I know that there are some services provided to those that are considered hoarders. But I suspect that the issue is far broader than just a few incidents that have been brought to our attention. So I look forward to speaking more with you about it. And thank you for coming today and testifying.
Thank you very much. And I look forward also to speaking further about it with you. Thank you.
All right. And now we'll hear from Mr. Palmer. He'll talk to us about health. Believe it or not, that's also important to seniors.
So very important. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Justin Palmer. I'm the Vice President for Public Policy and External Affairs for the District of Columbia Hospital Association. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony at the FY27 budget hearing for the DC Workforce Investment Council. As the unifying voice advancing hospitals and health systems in the District of Columbia, we are committed to promoting policies and initiatives that strengthen our system of care, preserve access, eliminate disparities, and promote better health outcomes for patients in our community. Our driving vision is to achieve an efficient and effective healthcare delivery system that supports healthy, equitable, and vibrant community. As you are so keenly aware, meeting the workforce needs of the district is essential to drive our economy forward. The healthcare sector is a large part of our economic engine in the district. Hospitals alone are responsible for $9.9 billion in gross output in the DC economy. In 2024, DC hospitals supported $4.7 billion in salaries, wages, and benefits, with a total employment impact of over 43,000 jobs. The funding provided by the mayor, this committee, DOES, and the DC WIC over the last 6 years has made a measurable impact on workforce development in the health sector. This tight budget continues to invest in workforce development, and DCHA supports these investments. Ensuring that the Department of Employment Services and the DC WIC have the resources is essential to move the work forward, especially in the areas of training, on the job training, pre-apprenticeship, apprenticeship. We support the inclusion of $200,000 in one-time funding in the Workforce Investment Council to support Talent Capital Initiative. It is critical that we support these individuals in creating access to high-quality jobs. The district's health system has seen the direct impact of contraction in the federal labor force through large decreases in federal health plan participation and increasing levels of self-pay patients. We must continue to work to ensure every DC resident has the opportunity to attain employment in key industries that advance their careers and promote innovation. I know we have discussed many times the importance of certified nurse aid workforce. This workforce is not only important to caring for aging residents in the district, but also to feed a career pipeline for the district as the district begins to license patient care technicians. To support this CNA workforce and better understand why CNAs are not renewing their license, DCHA has funded a study to examine the barriers to renewal and get direct qualitative feedback from CNAs that did not renew during the last 2 cycles. We view this as critical as we strive to understand how to support this crucial aspect of the healthcare workforce. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to understand. You are saying that that CNAs are not renewing their license, and that's what I'm trying to.
There's particularly not this last renewal cycle, but the one before, there was a significant drop in CNAs renewing their DC licenses. And, it's something that's been brought up both at the Committee on Health and a couple of times here as well, particularly from the Long-Term Care Coalition. And we're trying to get better understanding of why. There were a few things that happened the previous cycle, including attestations and just coming off the pandemic. People may not have been working as CNAs, but if you don't meet the minimum hour requirements, you have to basically take the course over again or take the test again. And so we're trying to get at the bottom of what are some of the barriers for the renewal to really understand how the system may need to change in order to preserve that workforce. We know wages are part of it. We know, a lot of our workforce lives in Maryland and Virginia, but we want to hear directly from the CNAs that didn't renew to better understand why. And then we can make policy recommendations based on those findings.
All right, and the CNAs are clinical nursing assistants?
Certified nurse aides.
Certified, okay.
Nurse aides or nurse assistant, certified nurse assistants, depending on, can go either way.
Okay. And I would imagine those are individuals that can administer medicine to our seniors as an example? Or?
Activities of daily living. There's a special certification for medication administration that I think should be being launched hopefully this year. They are critical in our skilled nursing facilities to care for patients. They're also critical in our hospitals as well. The hospitals are adopting patient care technicians, which the baseline in order to get that patient care technician is a CNA. So all the hospitals are in the process of transitioning most of their CNAs to patient care technicians. But in order to become a patient care technician, you need a CNA. So we need to make sure that the process and the pipeline for CNAs, and it provides a career ladder for CNAs, because we know those tend to be lower paying jobs. And how do we create a pathway that has drawing a direct pipeline of people interested in, and how do we advance them through their career, patient care tech, EMT, nursing, LPN, RN. And so that's one of the aspects that we're looking at. Because we've invested a lot of money in training CNAs in a lot of programs, particularly in the funding that, that it's one of the top 5 occupations that, is needed in the district, and it's only growing, but we need to figure out how to, sustain that.
I hear what you're saying. I think I hear what you're saying. You're telling me that it is one of the occupational categories that is growing in the district, but there's some issue with places where they can work. They're not working in the hospitals anymore. They've been replaced by patient care technicians.
They're still working in the hospitals. They're moving. The move is because licensure is coming in. So a lot of them are in the role of patient care tech, and they can't have that title with the new licensure that will start.
All right. So these certified individuals that we've spent a lot of money in training are still the ones that are the lowest paid. They're paid less than the patient care technicians, I assume.
Yes, likely.
Okay, now my big question is, what do they do and where do they work mostly? It's not in hospitals, apparently, so it's in the nursing homes.
The nursing homes generally.
Okay,
And the district is moving to a uniform, like a credential for home health aides and certified nurse aides, nursing
so
assistants.
they would be the equivalent of the home care aide.
In the future, not today, but that's where we're going.
I see. I
It's
get it.
still bifurcated today of home health and CNA.
And I know that we have a real need for home care aides, but you're saying they may end up being certified nursing assistant. Okay.
Yeah, I think for us, it's just making sure, how do we retain the workforce? We know pay is one thing, but what are the other barriers to licensure renewal how do we retain as much workforce? One, produce the workforce in the district, making sure that district residents, there's a lot of great programs at the ATC and at Coolidge to produce more CNAs. And how do we retain those individuals? But also for those that may live in Virginia and Maryland that we can't operate without, how do we make sure that they renew their license and stay able to work in the
So we don't have reciprocity.
There's a form of reciprocity, but if they're licensed in the district, we want them to have. That'll get easier. It's complicated because the Maryland's licensure will be more equivalent to what DC's is here shortly. There was legislation passed their last legislative session to make it more unified on how to make it easier to move between the two states.
I remember some discussion about that. Okay, so so you're thinking about it from a workforce council.
It's one of the things that we're doing for workforce development to inform both, the Workforce Investment Council and just policymakers generally, whether Committee of the Health, the Committee on Executive and Labor, just to have an awareness. But we're here to support the Workforce Investment Council's budget as a whole. More money for workforce development benefits everyone.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony today. And thanks for your patience. You've been here since the wee hours of the morning. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we have Katrina Herring. I think she's online. Dr. Kofi Ulmont and Mr. Conti Gilliam in person. And we may also have Jean Sofer, who is also online. Yes, all right. Okay, all righty. Ms. Herring, we will take your testimony while we set up the hearing table with those who are here in person. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. This sounds great. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Dear Chairwoman Barnes, dear committee members, dear staff, my name is Katerina Herring, and I have been working with the Friends of the DC Archives, which we established as an advocacy group in 2014 for over a decade. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm also a professional archivist, and I'm also a college instructor. First, the Friends want to congratulate the Office of Public Records and the DC State Archives on its 40th anniversary. The OPR has come a long way since it was established under Mayor Barry in 1986, and the wonderful celebration in the Wilson Building a few weeks ago was just a great tribute to the leadership of Dr. Matthews and to the professional work of current and former staff, including William Branch. The celebration also once again highlighted the significance of a new state-of-the-art facility that will be built on UDC's Van Ness campus so that the archives will transition into a new phase and can operate finally in a professional facility that's so desperately needed. It's taking a long time and countless hours of mostly unpaid advocacy, including from professional archivists and records managers since the 1990s to get there. And your leadership and support over many years, Chairwoman Barnes, has been critical in advancing the project, as was Secretary Bassett's support and advocacy for the OPR DC State Archives under the professional leadership of Dr. Matthews and his amazing hard-working staff. We're very grateful that the Council and Chair Mendelson supported the development of a new DC Archives facility last year in an extremely challenging political environment. This year, the mayor's fiscal year 27 budget proposal includes $121 million, which endorses last year's council's action to proceed with the plans for the new DC State Archives at UDC's Van Ness campus. As you know, the new building will replace Building 41 on Van Ness Street Northwest. We understand that DGS is working to upgrade the underground garage with full demolition of Building 41 to start in the fall. As you know, these funds are currently allocated for fiscal year 2028. Therefore, we urge Council to shift the allocated budget to fiscal year 2027 instead and advance the project so that construction can begin in 2027 after the demolition has been completed. Further delays will only increase costs and complicate the planning for the move. This project cannot wait, and the unfinished, partially demolished building should not sit on UDC's campus for an additional year. Archives need stability, continuity, and predictability, and they really need to retain their longtime staff. The Office of Public Records has a dynamic professional archives and records management staff of 8 people. They need more staff, and they do need a new building that can accommodate that new staff. We can expect that archives for a capital city state should have a staff of at least 20 people. Just to give you a comparison, the communal archives of the German city-state of Bremen, which has roughly the same number of residents as DC, has a staff of over 20 people, and Bremen is not even a capital city. The OPR needs adequate space so that additional staff can be hired down the road. This includes professional records management and records management training staff, which is vital to oversee the implementation of the retention schedules of DC's 80-plus agencies. The OPR needs more records managers to work with the agencies, implement training programs, and ensure the documentation and preservation of DC's records, including electronic records. Records management is only one of the areas where OPR needs more staff. If cuts might be necessary to offset costs, please do work with the archival facility specialists, with Dr. Matthews and the OPR staff, with DC Archives advocates and researchers on developing creative and constructive ways of saving money while pursuing this critical project. Do not and never cut any of a budget for staff. My last point is that I urge Council and Chairman Mendelson to fill the vacant seats on the Archives Advisory Group so that it is ready during this time of transition when several council members, including you, will leave and will elect a new mayor. Finally, I want to thank you again, Chair Barnes, for your steadfast support of the OPR DC State Archives and for your support of a new archives facility at UDC over all these years. Your interest, your many probing and knowledgeable questions, and your unwavering advocacy have been key to advancing this project. Your official records, which will certainly be housed at the new facility along with the public records of other current and past council members and mayors, will reflect the impact you've had. Thank you for helping to save DC's history and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And when I have the Secretary of the District of Columbia's staff available in a few, I think next week, we will explore what can be done. Thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah, okay. All right. Do we have Mr. Soper? Okay, all right. Just want to make sure we didn't have another person on remote. All right. We'll turn to you. Maybe Kofi we do first and then Mr. Gilliam. All right, yes.
Sure. Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Dr. Kofi Onuma, First Vice President of AFGE Local 2725, here representing DC public employees. I'm here with a straightforward message. This budget proposal makes deliberate choices that shift the burden onto the workforce while overlooking operational realities within our own systems, particularly DCHR. First, the removal of $127 million in funding for worker compensation. These are not abstract numbers. These are public servants who keep this city humming across health, sanitation, education, and other essential services. This funding was removed while the district is actively engaged in collective bargaining. Workers are being told there is no money while the district claims to having roughly $2 billion in reserves. That is not fiscal constraints, that is a policy decision. Second, on paid family medical leave, and this is where DCHR oversight becomes critical. We already see delays and inconsistencies in how leave claims are processed. Workers are navigating long timelines, unclear guidance, and difficulty getting straightforward answers. So from an operational standpoint, the question is, why would we narrow eligibility, compress timelines, and add complexity when the current system is already strained? Adding insult to injury, the budget proposal also calls for a year-long moratorium on non-parental claims for the entire workforce. That's cruelty cosplaying as fiscal prudence. Furthermore, DCHR does not need an additional administrative burden in this space until core processing is functioning efficiently. Because what happens next is predictable. Yes, you may see fewer claims on paper, translating to roughly $5.7 million saved yearly, but you may also see higher unscheduled sick leave usage, increase overtime as staff cover for absent colleagues, delays or improper denial of claims that should otherwise have been approved, a growing backlog that undermines trust in the vital HR systems. Moreover, on day one of fiscal year 2028, we risk a system crash from PFML claims. A year's worth of delayed medical leave requests floods the system. That's not cost saving. That is cost shifting and policy-based system dysfunction. That shows us decreased quality in government services. Third, the proposal to impose a 1 day per week telework maximum. That is not a negotiated policy, it is a mandate. And again, from DCHR and HR systems perspective, this introduces compliance tracking, enforcement questions, and administrative overhead that agencies will have to absorb. At the same time, we risk increasing the commuting costs for workers, turnover pressures, and again, overtime when flexibility is removed from already strained systems. Telework has been a stabilizer for productivity, retention, and affordability. Removing it without bargaining in good faith and without sustainable compensation is not operationally sound. And more broadly, when agencies are instructed to do more with less, staffing declines, workloads increase, and service quality suffers. This is not just about workers, it is about residents who rely on DC workers. Telework flexibility has been a meaningful part of how district workers manage their personal budgets, care for families, and deliver public services efficiently. Legislating it away will serve a real estate and revenue agenda without bargaining over it in good faith. Compensating workers is an overreach that this council should reject flatly. We are asking you, this committee, to restore the $127 million for worker compensation, ensure collective bargaining is supported with real funding, maintain paid family and medical leave protections, and stabilize its administration, and reject the 1 day per week telework mandate. At the end of the day, budget reflects priorities. Budgets reflect morals. And right now, this proposal treats workforce as a cost center while ignoring the operational systems required to support them. We urge you to align policy with humanity and invest in both. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have, Councilperson Bonds.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Gilliam, thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee of Executive Administration and Labor. My name is County Gilliam. I'm the president of ABSHE Local 2725. I represent approximately 1,300 district government employees who carry out day-to-day operations of this government, which includes many facets. I want to be clear about what's happening in this budget. The fiscal year 2027 proposal removes $127 million in funding for future pay increases tied to collective bargaining. That is not a technical adjustment. That is a policy decision that directly impacts working families across this city. We are constantly being told that there is no money, but that does not match what was said publicly. On Friday, April 17, 2026, during the budget presentation to the council, the mayor stated that DC is not broke and that the district has approximately $2 billion in reserves. So this is not about whether the money exists. This is about what's being prioritized. And it gets more concerning. During that same presentation, the committee's chair asked how the labor community would feel about those cuts. The response was that the administration is attempting to preserve jobs and that no one is losing their job. But we need to be honest about that. Not losing your job does not mean that you are not being harmed. If your pay is frozen, that is harm. If your workload increases, that is harm. If your benefits are reduced, that is harm. And that's exactly what's happening here. At the same time, we are seeing a different pattern inside agencies. There has been a continued layering of the management supervisory service positions, deputy directors, associate directors, chiefs of staffs. Multiple levels of administration continue to expand while frontline employees are being told there is no funding for compensation. So the question is not job loss. The question is where the investment is going. From where our members sit, the people doing the work are stretched thin while the structure above them continues to grow. That is not efficient and it is not sustainable. It raises a fundamental question that falls within a responsibility of the Office of the City Administrator and the Department of Human Resources. Are these expanding layers of management supervisory service positions truly necessary? And do they provide a measurable benefit to the residents and taxpayers of this city? At the same time, proposals coming through the Department of Human Resources are making things worse. The proposed changes to paid family and medical leave would narrow the definition of qualifying family members, reduce the amount of available leave, and impose a one-year pause on benefit payments for fiscal year 2027 claims. These are not minor adjustments. These are significant reductions that directly impact how workers care for themselves and their families during critical moments. Telework is also being restricted to 1 day per week through this budget proposal, not through bargaining. That removes flexibility that workers rely on to manage their lives while still performing their duties. All of this adds up. When agencies are told to reduce spending, workers feel it immediately. Staffing goes down, workloads go up, resources get stretched, and what impacts the services and that impacts the services delivered to the residents. There's also a broader issue that cannot be ignored. Approximately $400 million in locally generated tax revenue was removed by congressional action. That loss has been known for about a year. But to my knowledge, there has not been a clear strategy to recover those funds. If that loss is accepted while workers are told there is no money, then the burden is being shifted onto the workforce. That is not balanced. At the end of the day, this comes down to a simple question. If the district has the resources and the mayor has said that it does, why are workers who keep the city running being asked to observe the impact? What my hope is that the council and chairperson, you know, we come before this committee a lot. My hope is that the council will really put working class families back at the forefront. I understand what district provides for all the residents, but you can't have a working class that the actual government's not take care of them. I look forward to taking any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both very much for your testimony. Yes, I take responsibility for my comments at the budget unveiling. And it was genuine, as you know. And it was not so much designed to talk about what might be the harm or the pain that we're feeling. It was really designed to make it clear that we all have an understanding of the value of our workforce. And so in thinking about the value of the workforce, these proposals that you have before you, the telework flexibility concerns that you have, I think we have across the government been implementing them for some time, where an individual can have one flex day a week. That's not good.
Well, it's my job to advocate for my membership. It depends on how you are. If you're a single mother, single father with multiple kids, one day while we take it, that's great. But I mean, during the pandemic, we had 2 working days. And what is disturbing and alarming to me is that the mayor is actually trying to get it passed through legislation. Now, everybody that falls on the mayor don't get but 1 working day now. That's her standard. But I know independent agencies like the CFO's office, I think Department of Lottery, they can get multiple telework days. So I don't understand why it's such an issue, because honestly, I really feel like this data, and I remember one of your previous hearings where Director Hall said, okay, well, we can show data that is not positive. But as you know, with data, any data you use, you can make your argument for or against. It's just in this day and time, we talk about climate change, the conditions to the environment. Wages are not going up. It's got to be a break somewhere for everyday working people to be able to have a work-life balance. And one thing that I would say, telework, if you're not directly servicing the public, that is something that is shown has been none but positive as it relates to it's being enacted in DC government.
Okay, and so let me understand the work-life balance. You're saying that prior to the pandemic, employees only had to be in the office 2 days a week? Or is it 2 days off, 3 days in, 2 days off.
Or I might have misspoke. What we was getting 2 days worth of telework each week. So we was working 3 days, and then we had 2 days worth of telework, and that was during. That was enacted when the pandemic happened, but then it got rescinded as we started coming throughout the pandemic.
Okay. I've been in the government since 1979. And let me just say, when I came here in diapers, we certainly worked 5 days a week, and sometimes on Saturdays. And I actually worked in this building. And the security would tell me at 10 o'clock when they were leaving the 5th floor, because my office was on the 5th floor then, and I would, Miss Bonds, I'm going down now. That meant time for you to leave your little office on the 5th floor. And my point is that the hours were long and what have you. I understand that was many, many years ago, and we have automation and all that great stuff.
And look, I will say this, Chairperson, I understand completely, but one thing I do know, that I've been on Earth 51 years, time changes. I mean, the things we was doing in the 1980s and the 1990s doesn't work no more. I mean, look at the private sector. They telework every day of the week. But now we know we can't do that. But there are some positions in the government that actually telework, and they only come back in the office once every 2 weeks. I know the chief financial office does that. So if they're putting out these budgets, they're showing you, because y'all dealing with the budget right now, okay, you can do the work at home. So I have to disagree with demands like, okay, just 1 day by laws. That's just my personal disagreement. I'm here to advocate that.
I hear you. So when we look at a law, putting a law in place, we have to look at all aspects, of course. And you may, as you say, express your opinion, but I mean, we should have some data to back up any law that we put in place. And so I'm hoping that there is data, and I'm sure if it's being proposed by the administration, as you call it, it is based on some data. Now, it may also be based on the overall situation within the District of Columbia. Within the District of, are you a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as a resident, I can speak to you directly then. Having offices open is very important, and having people in those offices is very important to the citizenry, those who live here, us, okay, and of course to visitors. So it could very well be that the data is showing that having people in the community, in the offices, helps with service delivery. For instance, if you go to an office and you need a service and there's no one there that can help you, or you're told you have to come back tomorrow or 2 days later, that impedes the citizen, the residents, opportunity to get service. We claim that in 24 hours, you're going to get response to, have to answer the phone, you have to respond, to correspondences. So, we put principles in place. And so the question is, how do we implement these principles? And so we implement them while we look at the whole lot of what we have. And so I think for me, as also someone who lives in the district, this is important to know that I can get service almost 24/7.
All right, well, look, allow me to push back a little bit. Everything you just stated, Chairperson, that continues to happen. We have a standard that's set by the mayor. We have to contact everybody in 24 hours. There is not an agency in district government where if a resident needs something, that they're gonna be told they gotta wait, they're gonna have to wait till another day because there's no staff here. That does not happen.
Oh, no, we're not told that, but we know that we're told we'll get back to you.
Well, understanding it depends on what the issue is. I mean, it could be something. Okay.
That round, okay, all right. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I hear what your concern is about telework. And so, and I don't know, we can do about it other than make it work for the agency. And you have to remember that not all of the agencies of the district government are under the mayor's control. The Department of Human Resources doesn't have all of the agencies under its thumb, so to speak. Agencies like DC Water, which is a very large entity, are not there. The Attorney General, it's not there. I was just trying to think, and the Chief Financial Officer, some of the smaller agencies also. So in theory, I guess they could set their own, telework plan. I don't know what agencies AFGE represents.
Well, we represent Department of Health, where I work at, Department of Buildings, Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I got some members at IC. I got some members at Rental Housing Commission. We got a Department of Energy and Environment. We have the DC Housing Authority, and we have DC Housing and Community Development.
Okay, well, you named at least three that, you named three that are independent. Okay, I don't know if they're under the Department of Human Resources. The
only one that's independent is as DC Housing Authority. Everybody else falls under the mayoral authority.
I thought I heard.
And Rental Housing Commission.
Yeah,
and
okay.
Rental Housing Commission, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Right.
all right, excellent. Okay, so they may have a different approach to what is generally, 4 days in, 1 day out, because that's how it is. They may be using some strange, as you would call it, strange configuration where people are taking more days out.
All right, well, look, I would say this. You made the comment earlier, and I want to say this, but it slipped my mind. Whenever DCHR provides you your data, why they can't expand on telework or what's the justification, please directly reach out to my office because I'm going to give you some data that shows why it should be overly be supported, please.
All right, I would really like to see that. Because what happens in one part of our government really affects the whole, because we're connected. It's a domino effect. You can't say, oh, I'm only concerned about my housing when there's so many things. You've then got to worry about repairs, worry about rodents, so many different things. So a service that an individual believes that they're getting from the government is really a service that may set off a chain reaction of other things that are impacted or are affected in order for that particular service to be well delivered to the individual. We've been talking most of today about seniors and their need. And I mean, broadly, every service that is available in a community affects a senior's livelihood one way or the other. And so you can't really sort of segment the seniors out, but we've done that because so many find themselves alone. So many find themselves in need of some very specific help. And they're on fixed incomes. They're not earning. They do not have the capacity for, usually do not have the capacity for increase in income. Meanwhile, the cost of living continues to grow. So that's part of the problem.
Chairperson's indulgence.
Go right ahead.
What I'm hearing in this exchange is very rich. I like it. And it sounds like you have an intent to always strike a balance. You want to make sure that public good is ensured. You want to make sure that we're fiscally responsible. You want to make sure that government services are provided consistently and with good quality. Well, one of the concerns, and if we look at the three policies that we discussed here today, starting with telework, balancing telework right now, if you just do 1 day a week, we're looking at 80% time of that telework, of that time in the office, and 20% time able to stay at home and do your work. That requires the worker more so to carry the balance of commuting costs, parking, dealing with the tickets that we get in the district when we go 6 miles over the speed limit, sometimes going down a hill, and other matters associated with coming into the office, in and out. Coming closer to a balance could still strike the ability to provide that public service. And that's where I think we need to be looking at the data to see what services actually are falling down when we go to 60% of in the office and 40% telework. And if we're not able to deliver those services, then we're having a real cogent conversation around why telework doesn't work. But I have not seen or heard anyone present that data. Adding on to that, the fact that we're cutting down on emissions, going back and forth to all the different counties outside of the district that people commute to the district to do their job is one thing. I know people were talking earlier today about the environment. We as commuters are impacting that one way or another. So that's something that we shouldn't miss on. Zero vision with drivers and bikers and pedestrians. I know you had somebody testify about that. Having more people out on the road for coming into the office to do something that they could be at home doing effectively is also something that we should be considering here. We should look at the efficiency of government services as well. You spoke just a second ago about the time that it takes to respond to a person. I can tell you, and anyone who does enjoy telework, works probably more hours when they're teleworking because they might cut into their lunch or they might take a few, 15 extra minutes to respond to those emails at the end of the day because they're already home. So there's nuance to it, and I understand that, but I just want us to root this in a mindset of let's take care of humanity, but let's also consider the data here, but not too technocratically. Like we can find the middle, this balance that it seems like you want to get at, and do good by the public, make sure that the public gets what they need, and also take care of our workers, especially in an economy where we're taking away cost of living adjustment increases, where we're not going to have that extra money to pay for Metro. We're not going to have that money to pay for getting the oil changes and getting the gas that keeps going up for all the things that are going on around the world.
I really do appreciate what you all are sharing. And as you're sharing, I'm trying to think about the overall picture, because while our unionized employees have enjoyed cost of living increases, there are, for the last 5 years, the rest of the government has not. And if we want to talk about balance and fairness, we can go into this for hours, but we won't do that today. But I'm very happy to come and talk with you all.
Well, look, let me give a quick response to that, Chairperson. One thing I will say is, okay, now we know by law that you some employees got the right to join a collective bargaining unit. But what baffles me, and I can't advocate for MSS staff, but I don't understand how FEMS and the police department can have a first level supervisor and a first level manager in the collective bargaining unit, but people under the mayor can't. And so then that way they'll be guaranteed raises because they'll be in the collective bargaining unit. But that's the way the law is written. That may be something you may want to change. Then they'll get raises just like unionized people because they'll be part of a collective bargaining unit.
I appreciate that. And I'm sure that there are employees across this government, some sitting in here, who would be like, Okay, so thank you for that. And thank you all for your testimony. I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take liberty for a few minutes. Maybe come back at about 4:05 and we will, I believe she may still be available, and that is the senior advisor. And thank you to the public witnesses we've had thus far today, and thank you very much. And so we're gonna take our, I think I can I do that now? All right, we're gonna be in recess for a minute. We are off of recess. Okay, we are off of recess, and now we will hear the testimony from our government witness. And that is, we have before us today Senior Advisor Lindsay Parker, and I will now swear you in. Okay. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Go now? Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good.
Please begin.
Of course. Well, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the committee, staff, and members of the public. I'm Lindsay Parker, Mayor Bowser's senior advisor, and I'm honored to be here testifying at what might be my last budget hearing for the Bowser administration, and honored to be in front of the esteemed Councilmember Anita Bonds, and as you go through your last budget hearings as well, and just want to make sure that I'm putting on the record how much of a pleasure and honor it has been to serve during a time when you've been on the council and learn from you, and hope to continue to be able to do so going forward. But wanted to just make sure I thanked you for your service. And so thank you for the opportunity to testify on Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the Office of the Senior Advisor. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget, GROW DC, was formulated with three key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy to fund the services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investment and creates new jobs. And we're navigating a very pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted. Federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. And so that said, it is so important to be clear that while DC is still growing, revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which to build. And so it's really incumbent upon all of us at this time to make strategic and targeted decisions that allow DC to continue growing while delivering the high quality services residents depend on. And so on that note, the Office of the Senior Advisor remains a small, focused office within the district government. And they're joined, I'm joined by them today. That's just to make sure everybody knows how small. The proposed FY27 budget reflects a reduction of approximately 8%, or $130,862, driven by efficiencies in both personnel and non-personnel services. The office does not receive federal funds and operates with a limited number of staff, 5 full-time equivalents, focused on coordinating across agencies and supporting complex initiatives that require alignment at the executive level. So this is not an operational agency, but our value is in coordination and ensuring that major and oftentimes new or temporary efforts across government move forward in a consistent and aligned way. Within the mayor's FY27 budget, the Office of the Senior Advisor supports initiatives that are central to the district's economic future, including the RFK Stadium Campus Redevelopment Project. As the district continues to navigate economic transition, that coordination function within OSA becomes even more important. So the office's main priority is the RFK Stadium Campus Redevelopment, a key component of the district's long-term growth strategy. Our near-term objective is clear: delivering the new stadium by 2030, while positioning the broader campus for coordinated redevelopment. So a governance structure that I spoke about in my performance hearing has been established to clearly separate strategic oversight from day-to-day project delivery. The Office of the Senior Advisor focuses on cross-agency alignment and ensuring that the redevelopment remains consistent with broader district priorities, some of which we've talked about in this room. The RFK project executive, Brian Hanlon, leads implementation, including infrastructure planning, environmental coordination, and development sequencing. So to date, work has focused on establishing that structure, coordinating early planning across agencies, aligning the redevelopment with our economic and workforce priorities that I know are so near and dear to your heart, Councilmember Bonds, and also supporting ongoing community and business engagement. Community engagement is ongoing and will continue to evolve as additional elements of the project are further defined and milestones are reached. We have our next community meeting, in fact, tomorrow, Tuesday, April 28th at St. Coletta's, starting at 6:30 p.m. So, let us know that you can join us by registering on the website ourrfk.dc.gov. That's ourrfk.dc.gov. The office also initiated a business engagement effort to begin connecting district-based businesses with anticipated opportunities associated with the project, with the goal of ensuring early awareness and participation. I'm happy to say that we've had, at least at this point, 5 different solicitations out on the street. I think they're all closed at this point, but I think on average, I would say we've got, I think we probably had 50 different businesses participate in those 5 solicitations. So looking ahead, the focus remains on delivering the new stadium by 2030 and advancing the broader campus redevelopment in a coordinated and disciplined way. So thanks to the council's swift approval of the stormwater relocation project the other week, work on the site should begin shortly, which is exciting. And now switching to sort of our second priority within the office, the senior advisor also supports the DC 250 Commission, which Councilmember Bonds is a member of. The commission is responsible for coordinating district government activities related to America's semi-quincentennial, with programming largely implemented through agency partnerships and existing relationships. The office does not have grant-making authority for this effort, but plays a coordinating role across all of our partners. And so we were pleased to announce the dates for DC 250's signature events in April at a commission meeting that the council member attended. Thank you so much. And as a result, had a terrific Emancipation Day weekend. April 16th, we had the RFK Day of Play with many, many, many families coming out to the RFK fields and enjoying that day. April 17th, we had the Democracy Breakfast and just a wonderful kind of history lesson of how far we've come and where we must continue to push and go. And then we had a wonderful DC 250 Kids Ball at the historic Franklin School, which is now Planet Word. That was wonderful. And then a very successful Emancipation Day parade and concert. Concert sort of blew away all crowd estimates and was a wonderful time sort of remembering again the importance of DC's history to America's history. So these events were all designed to bring residents, organizations, and businesses together around a shared moment for the district, and we accomplished just that. We'll continue to be updating the DC 250 website, which is now at, and we talked a little bit about this at our commission meeting, but it's now at dc250.dc.gov. When I say gov, that means gov. So dc250.dc.gov. And it's really a hub of information about how best to get around during all semi-quincentennial or 250 events as they are finalized. Not just the DC events, but all events, even those planned by the federal government. And so definitely stay tuned and check that out. I think the most exciting event that's coming up is we're partnering with the DC State Fair this year to turn that into a DC 250 event, and that will be a tremendous time. So in closing, the Office of the Senior Advisor is a small office with a very focused role, ensuring alignment across complex initiatives that are critical to the district's future. The FY27 proposed budget reflects that focus. We're maintaining a lean structure while supporting the coordination, economic growth, and long-term planning efforts of the priorities set before us by the mayor. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And we recognize that you are a small agency, and because you're a small agency, we wanted to still make sure we put on record the tremendous work of your agency. When we think about RFK campus in itself, all the acreage and all of what we have said in the accepted and almost funded entirely proposals, we know that this can make a big difference in the economic growth of the city. So having a point person such as yourself, with your experience, quite honestly, is very, very helpful. And also I think your politics of inclusion makes a big difference. I don't think anyone in any walk of life in the city should be reluctant to speak to you about any aspect of this. So I'm very happy with the appointment, Mayor. I think it's the right thing and we're in the right direction. As if she's listening to me.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Anyway, it's a joy. It's good to have people that have you have a trail of things that you've done that have made a difference in the growth of the government. So be clear about that. I mean, um, first woman head of Octo. I mean, that's a big deal because, you know, machinery and mechanics and moving parts are always thought to be the preview of the other sex. Okay. You know, don't get me started on that, sir. Okay. I'm a fan of women's do power and get it done results. And one day I feel we will rule the world, but we're not quite there yet. But in some societies, you know, it's true. They run these countries and run them very well, very well. So here we come. I recognize you don't have what would be considered a robust budget that is streamlined, but that's the way you would want it anyway. So it's perfect. I'm looking at the office budget subchapter. Can you clarify why the federal and regional affairs are still included in the office subgroup? Give me some understanding of where they really are.
Yeah, they're not all there. You'll see it's a kind of a small line.
Yeah.
And it's was essentially paying for the statehood office. But so that was just sort of word choice issues, I would say, with the CFO.
All right. So the statehood office is still
Yeah,
in your,
it is. That's
okay,
right.
okay.
That's right.
And the statehood office is where we house our shadow senators, 2 senators?
No, it's simply a staff member, a wonderful staff member who is now helping with the DC 250 work as
Okay.
well. Yep.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, so that's separate, but the statehood
So it's simply a FTE. That's the
FTE
cost.
is, okay,
Mhm.
great,
Yep.
all right.
And a very small limited budget for some of the things that we need to sort of buy and execute in order to promote statehood
Okay.
effectively. And this year, the big focus, of course, is 250 and making sure that we're telling the story of DC through the semi-quincentennial events.
All right, and so when we talk about what we may need to tell the story of through the 250 commission, is that where we have the 90,000 for the mural project?
And you're looking at our pre-hearing budget questions?
Yes,
Is that the idea?
uh-huh,
Yeah, so that's correct.
Okay.
What we ended up doing is Yes, actually, the DC 250 mural project that the Department for Public Works is helping us put together, that $90,000 is a part of our DC 250 funds, which is actually a little separate than our statehood funds. So our
Okay.
DC 250 funds totaled about $820,000, and it was a partnership with the Office of Planning to allow us to spend sort of just this one-time funding on the DC 250 celebration.
All
Our
right.
statehood funding is separate and small.
All right. And so then DPW, they would have a separate budget for the preparation of the mural locations. Seems like they would have to whitewash.
Yeah, so
some-
the 90,000 is enough. We are what we do is we work with businesses and DC government buildings where we actually have locations that are ready to go. That's the hope.
All right. So then we're going to see murals all over the city.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, when you say all over, we're gonna have
within reason.
Okay, we're gonna try to have one in each ward, and that will be the goal. And we'll try to keep pushing for as many as we can.
Yeah. In Baltimore, they pride themselves on being a mural town. So that's why I was saying, oh, that's where we're going.
I would argue that we are too. Like if you look around the city, there's some beautiful murals that have now kind of become part of our skyline.
That's right.
If you think about Mount Pleasant, if you think about 14th Street, there's some really even U Street. I just saw that Ben's Chili Bowl put out a call to rethink the mural on the side of their store that they're moving back into on May 1st.
Yeah. And there's a lovely one of Mayor Barry over, looks like the real person.
It does. It does.
It's really very striking. And then, of course, we have Marilyn Monroe right there at the bridge.
That's right.
Going into
Adams
near
Morgan.
the zoo. Yes. Yeah.
That's right.
So we're blessed.
There's another beautiful one on MLK. Just as you kind of come over the bridge, it's just like a young girl.
Yes. Oh yeah.
It's really pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. Lovely.
So we might have a bit of a mural culture ourselves.
Yeah.
Councilmember. Okay.
That's good. And because it can help a young person move comfortably into an artist's occupation. They're inspired by the works that they see,
that they walk by. I love that.
So let's talk a little bit about, what else are we going to spend this $820,000 on?
Sure. A lot of it was spent on those signature events that I talked about. So the Democracy Breakfast, the Kids Ball, the Emancipation Day Parade and Concert. Of course, we got TI to come to town to really put on a show. And so, definitely went all out on our signature events, which was pretty cool. And so that takes up a pretty good chunk, I would say. And then we also have talked, I briefly mentioned it in my presentation, in my remarks, that we are also going to have a DC 250 event essentially at the DC State Fair this year, September 1st through 5th. And more information on that will kind of come out, but a little sneak peek, we're looking at doing that over by the Convention Center, over by Carnegie, over by the Apple Store, and the DC History Center. So I think that'll be a tremendous event. And then, as I mentioned during the commission meeting, we're working with the Restaurant Association to feature our restaurants so that when we get these visitors into town for the semi-quincentennial, we'll be able to help them find our awesome restaurants throughout our neighborhoods across the city. So there'll be a really interesting interactive map that Ramwa will put together, and we'll be helping them do that. I think the only other thing to talk about, and we had a wonderful presentation by Rich Reyes-Gavilan at the library when the commission met last, but the DC Library always has just really thoughtful curations of when it comes time to put things together and tell the story of Washington, D.C., and they've done just that. So there'll be really neat activations at all of our libraries over the next year, and also at MLK.
That would be really stunning because so many people do not know anything other than Washington Monument.
That's right.
Or maybe, Library of Congress or Supreme Court. They see us, the residents and the businesses, but I think they think we go home when it's dark and come back in the morning. And that we're not really here 24/7.
That's right. Turns out we're here.
One thing for sure, I know that the tourists enjoy the scooters on Pennsylvania Avenue. I get to a bird's eye view. I see that every day. And we have a tremendous turnout of tourists this year, many more than last year. I'm hoping that that's going to result in additional revenues for us.
I think everyone does, hotels.
Yeah.
And obviously we are, and I think Elliot Ferguson talked about this when he was at the your performance hearing as well, but the Destination DC team is second to none. I visited Pittsburgh over the weekend and got to talk to their equivalent in Pittsburgh, and Destination DC definitely sets the bar very, very high. And so we've partnered with them on a lot of different things. They have a wonderful website that's up for just that reason, for tourists to find out a little bit more about what's going on with the 250th events. And so that's dc250.us is the Destination DC website, where you can find out sort of how visitors to Washington, DC are learning about some of these events that are happening across the city. And that team is just tremendous. They're helping us make sure that our information is kind of getting out there to those that are coming to visit, and so that they're able to have a wonderful experience while they're in this town visiting. So always good to partner with Destination DC.
Yes, I know Destination DC has primarily focused on international visitors. And I would imagine this year they're giving a little more attention. In fact, I know that they are to domestic visitation, and I think that's the way to go, because I suspect that we're going to be crowded with people, and that's a good thing.
That's right.
That's what we want.
That's right.
And you're right. We want to have the restaurants to support it.
That's right.
And so have we given any thought to maybe little, what do you call it? A little kiosk, or where we do have vacant commercial properties, maybe in the downtown area, sort of outfitting them enough so that little small eateries can move in place. I mean, I see these groups in the city as early as 8 o'clock. I mean, real groups, 60, 70 people. And I wonder, did they eat on the bus before coming here? And if we had, and I watched a group one day go into, what is it? Elephant and Castle. The group walks past. I see it's at least 70 people. And then I see them turn, and I'm like, there are not enough seats in there for you, in my head. So just wondering how much real impact have we thought about accommodating these big groups downtown? Because they're not going to go 3-4 blocks away. They're, whatever they see, it's where, because they're, just wondering.
I think the kind of way to think about that is our restaurant scene is innovative, creative, and they go after opportunity. And so if they see such an opportunity, I know that they would have either already been trying to meet it and or working quickly to do so. Just that's how our restaurants in the city have flourished. And also it's, it's just not we have also been working with the Restaurant Association and others on sort of pop-up activations and making sure that those get done even more efficiently over time. And I think that's a testament to the Bowser administration over time. That has definitely improved, always room for improvement. So yeah, I think those are the two things. And then, you know, Destination DC would always be another group that would point out any of those kind of holes that we have. I think the thing to know is that the Freedom 250 is going to be putting on a Great American Fair on the National Mall. That's going to happen from June 25th until July 10th. And so every state will have a booth and DC will as well. And so that, you know, from June 25th to July 10th, we're going to get a lot of, that will be kind of, you know, a big group of domestic tourists coming over the 4th of July and otherwise. And so there's going to be education and engagement sort of in that booth about DC and helping people find the resources that they need and making sure that they're able to find the restaurant or find a little bit more about DC history will happen there. So I think that will be, that's another way that we'll be solving for that.
Yeah, I sort of remember something about the, I remember mentioning the mention of a state booth and wondered what that would look like. Okay, well, I hope the city hears and I hope the city will turn out. We do not want everyone here from the mountain states and we're not out there. So I'm hoping that they will come out, or those from Maine flooding us and we're not out and paying attention, or from Hawaii, you know, that would be shameful. Not on the mainland and you come over and then we're not there. So I'm hoping that you'll have, you know, an abundance of us, including myself, be out there during that time. We should be we'll be done with the budget by then. So the council should be able to come and even man the booth for a period of time.
That's a wonderful idea that we'll take you up on. So
I hope my colleagues understand that they are needed for this function. So I guess this is perfunctory, but what does success look like when we talk about DC 250 in terms of resident impact, you think?
My hope is that through some of the sort of education and engagement that we've done, that people will remember our history, the fact that Washington, D.C. is unique and just a critically important part of American history. And, you know, my hope is as we get towards the end of the year, we'll be able to sort of tell that story, showcase the Emancipation Day signature events that we had, the various America and Freedom 250 events that happened in our nation's capital, and then you know, culminating in our state fair. And so we'll put together a kind of a book to make sure that we're capturing that and we're not forgetting the semi-quincentennial and sort of how we celebrated.
Oh, that would be tremendous. And I think the public will enjoy it. I know those constituents that I represent, much our seniors, they love the commemorative booklet. So
yes,
so we need about 150 thousand of those
1,000
to get across the city.
I'm pretty sure my budget doesn't allow for that, but we will also figure out a way to make sure that everybody that needs one can access it.
In the library.
Exactly.
But certainly,
exactly.
You know, if you're a commissioner, you might get one.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good. That's fair.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. Switching course here, can we talk a little bit about RFK? Can you, are there tracking mechanisms in place to measure how much of the funding allocated through the community benefits agreement and the Access Campus Infrastructure Fund is expected to reach district residents, specifically, of course, seniors and those with disabilities and those that reside in areas most affected by the redevelopment?
So the community benefits agreement, and I think I pointed this out in our pre-hearing question or our performance questions, or no, our pre-hearing questions for today. I think, it should be noted that most of that funding will happen once the stadium is complete. And so, and it spells out, and I wanted to make sure it spells out in one of the, in Schedule A, page 17 of the community benefits agreement, which is in our pre-hearing questions. So that'll go online, I know, when the committee completes its work. That lays out, I think, a $50 million plan over, during the term.
Yes.
Of where that funding will go. And this is something that this document, I would argue, was a council-led process. Chairman signed it, the mayor signed it, and the commander signed the document.
Okay, and for the public's benefit, what I'm looking at is a document that takes us through categories, and then it says minimum value of the investment and the period of the investment. And this is a public document, so you can access them. But for category 1, let's say commander tickets at the stadium, $2 million is the estimated value, and it will be during the term. And then grocery subsidies on the RFK campus, $3 million, and that's over a 10-year period, commencing within 3 years following the delivery of the stadium. And then grocery subsidy outside of the RFK campus, another $3 million, and same time frame. And this is a substitute for not having grocery stores where people really want them. And that's something that the city really does not control. We have actually prepared properties for grocery stores with shelving and everything. And we've actually had 1 or 2 vendors to go in, but they just cannot sustain it. And so we've lost that. So I just want the public to understand what that means when we talk about $3 million. And then training, including the training of construction workers, the commitment is $5 million, again, over the 10-year period, the term of the agreement. And then Youth Sports Academy, everyone's excited about that. That's $22 million. And so if you have a 3-year-old, let's say a 3-year-old today, and they'll be growing up, and so just think of what they might be doing at the Youth Sports Academy. And then, of course, support for growth, stability, and long-term visibility of small businesses within the entire district. $7 million is the commitment. And then local community development organizations, $500,000, and that's for 5 years. And then violence prevention initiatives over a 10-year period, another $1 million. And then unallocated funds for investments. And this is beginning the 5th year during the term, and it's $6.5 million. And it's amounts to be deposited to the Community Reinvestment Fund, and total 50, 0, 000, So it's 50 million, and that's it. But you can find it on the website, and it's under the Schedule A. The funding for that I just spoke of, the 50 million, does it in any way include services that may impact in individuals through displacement or need of housing stabilization or legal assistance, or maybe some senior related services.
I think that will be something that, when these funds start to come in, I think the Community Benefit Oversight Committee, the CBOC, can look at, how for instance, the 500,000 going to local community development organizations, or the 6.5 million for the unallocated funds for investments, how those should be used.
All right.
Will be important.
And the Benefits Oversight Committee will include representation from the community, Ward 7, 6, I imagine 5, which is that neighborhood, as well as maybe a few experts that might, or is it all community, or do we?
Yeah, this was the concept of the Community Benefits Oversight Committee was a council led initiative, passed in legislation and pretty strictly spelled out. I think it's, and I'm just trying to make sure I got it right, but the composition is on page 8 of the Community Benefits Agreement that I know the committee will be posting online, as it received it in our pre-hearing questions. And the Community Benefits Oversight Committee shall consist of 9 members.
Yeah.
3 members shall be appointed by the council member of the ward in which the stadium is located, which is currently Ward 7. 1 member shall be appointed by each council member that represents a ward contiguous to the ward in which the stadium is located, which is currently Ward 5, 6, and 8. So that's 1 member in Ward 5, 1 member from Ward 6, 1 member from Ward 8, appointed by those council members. 1 member shall be appointed by the chairman of the council, and 2 members shall be appointed by the mayor.
Okay.
And so, yes, I think it would behoove your colleagues to think through those appointments and ensure that they are subject matter experts in thinking through the use of these funds.
Yes, I think that would be helpful to everyone. And it says that members shall be appointed by the relevant appointer within 30 days after the execution date. And the execution date is the date of, okay. Thank you very much, Senior Advisor, for that reminder. And I'm sure my colleagues are listening with bated breath. And so we need to get on with our duty, our responsibility. Thank you very much. And it's a joy because the members shall serve 4-year terms. So this is very serious and they need to be thinking and doing about it. So I'm assuming who would be the convener, because that can help determine how quickly this is formed or why it isn't yet formed. Doesn't seem to be the mayor's responsibility to be the convener.
The legislation actually lists that the mayor can appoint the chair. And
Okay,
so,
all right. So
don't want to
mayor-
get ahead of the mayor, but I assume that my office will be largely
right.
responsible for bringing that
Yes.
group together. And so can't wait to learn about the members.
All right, so we will look to hear from you. All right. And I will look to see whose members are on there. Who are the members? All right. I'm not putting in a bid to be on it, but I grew up in 7. I live in 5, and I once lived in 8.
You certainly check a lot of boxes.
It's late in the day, so I'm just using this opportunity to have conversation with you. Your budget is small, and the mayor is already remove some of your, yes, some of your resources, as she has done across the table for everyone. This is a very serious time for us. And until we can grow more tourism, um, grow more industry, this is where we are. And we just have to accept it. And we can accept it with a frown or with a smile, but it is where the government is. And it's the important thing. It is our government, and we do want to do everything to preserve our government. And so, you know, that's sort of like where we are. In your role as the senior advisor, I wanted to kind of follow up on a couple of points that you made. Um, you indicated that, and I wanted to know from your perspective, since you are our main point on RFK campus and its development, how do you see your job from the perspective of, you said that you're responsible for pulling together the agencies to coordinate their impact and what needs to be done. On the surface, we know that it's land development. And so that would be those agencies concerned with land development. But we have expanded our thoughts in the city about the development to, impacting community. We have this community engagement process. And we also know that the goal of this project is to benefit the entire city economically. So when you think about what is required, how do you see going about the job?
I think that's a great question. I think right now, you had talked about redevelopment, and that is definitely a massive component of it. But today,
You're okay?
yep, today, the sort of focus is on master planning, making sure that we've got the zoning in place so that we can move forward with the redevelopment of the campus. So that's sort of that's our main focus today. Chairman Mendelson had a hearing just the other day with the Office of Planning to sort of move that ball forward.
Right.
And we're working, tomorrow's community meeting will play a part in that master planning as well, so that hopefully by September, we are completed with we're done with the master plan. In fact, we'll have community input into that master plan draft for the 30 days prior to, or 30, I actually shouldn't say if it's 30 days. I think it's, 30 to 60 days that OP will put the draft master plan out for public comment. And that will happen in sort of July, August timeframe. And then by September, we'll have a finalized small area plan for, that we'll send to council, which will be super excited. And that will also then go to the zoning commission to help them determine the zoning for the campus. And then that will really just kickstart our ability to plan for the redevelopment.
All right. I hope the public was listening. You have made it very clear the steps that we have to follow to get to actually beginning to do anything with this piece of land that we're, destined to redevelop.
That's right. That's right. And tomorrow's community meeting will just be another step closer.
Yes.
So there's a community meeting again at St. Coletta's starting at 6:30. And you can sign up on our rfk.dc.gov.
All right. Are there any other projects or areas of, I guess, that you're impacting within our government you know, you mentioned two big ones. Well, one huge one and one a little much smaller, the 250 commission. But are there other things that you're concerned with in your office, other work, or?
Always other duties as assigned. And so as constituents call, we'll always work to address those as swiftly as possible. In fact, a constituent called right before the hearing, and I made sure to reach out to the agency that she was having an issue with, and they're working on it. And I imagine I'm going to get an update as soon as this hearing's over, and we'll make sure that we get right back to her. So I think that's just the way that Mayor Bowser has instructed all of us that serve in the Bowser administration. It doesn't really matter what job we have. We're all, in my opinion, a moker. And we are an outreach specialist, and our job is to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for the residents that we are put in place to support.
Well, I appreciate that. As one who was also a mocha, as you say, maybe one of the original ones. I know that feeling no matter what and where you are. There is that expectation, and rightfully so, as long as you wear the hat of public servant, you're there.
That's right. That's right.
You're there. All right. Okay. Well, all right. Okay. Well, this concludes the committee's budget oversight hearing today. I want to thank everyone who participated in the oversight hearing for their contributions. I appreciate the chance to take a closer look at all of our agencies and look forward to working as we move forward in the FY27 budget process. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of the agencies, please submit it through the council's hearing management system at dccouncil.gov, or you may email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be included in the hearing record. Again, that record will close on Monday, May 11th. And with that, I thank the senior advisor and her team, and I thank all of our public witnesses today. And today's hearing, believe it or not, is concluded. Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, the time looks like about 17 after 5 p.m. on the same day in which we started, Monday, the 27th of April, 2026. And we are adjourned. Thank you.